for a written transcript of this meeting, or if you need reasonable accommodations, including this communication in an alternative format due to disability, please contact the Clerk to the Commission's office at 404-612-8232.
Madam Clerk. All right, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the January 24th meeting of the Fulton County Board of Commissioners. It is 10:04 a.m. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Chairman Rob Pitts.
Present.
Commissioner Bridget Thorne.
Present.
Commissioner Bob Ellis. Commissioner Dana Barrett. Commissioner Natalie Hall. Commissioner Marvin Arrington Jr. Vice Chair Khadijah Abdul-Rahman.
Present.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Please rise for the invocation followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let us pray. Almighty God, we are grateful for this day, for your continued grace and mercy upon our lives. We pray now your blessing upon those who are gathered. Bless this community, bless the citizens of Fulton County, the state of Georgia, and the United States. We pray now for our leaders. Give them your strength, your wisdom, and your direction. It is in your name that we humbly pray. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Madam Clerk.
On page 2, consent agenda. 240022, adoption of the consent agenda. All matters listed on the consent agenda are considered routine by the County Commission and will be enacted by one motion. No separate discussion will take place on these items. If discussion of any consent agenda item is desired, the item will be moved to the recess meeting agenda for separate consideration. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we have one item to be removed for separate consideration on page 4. 240029, Finance, ratification of the December 2023 Grants Activity Report. This item has been revised to include a January 2024 grant award for $5.6 million from Georgia Department of Behavioral Health and Developmental Disabilities for the operation of the Behavioral Health Crisis Center.
This removed or revised?
Removed to be revised for separate consideration.
Okay. Anything else? Commissioners, anything else on the consent agenda? All right, entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda as amended. A motion to approve to adopt by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Vice Chair Abdur Rahman. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. On page 7, recess meeting agenda, 240047, adoption of the recess meeting agenda.
All right, is there a motion? Motion to approve by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Commissioner Ellis. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. 240048, ratification of minutes, recess meeting minutes, December 20th, 2023, regular meeting post-agenda minutes, January 10th, special call meeting post-agenda minutes, January 16th, 2024.
All right, motion to approve the minutes by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Vice Chair Abdur Rahman. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously.
All right, Madam Clerk, with respect to the special call meeting, work session, special call meeting on January 16th, would you review the actions that the board took so the public will be aware? And all of this is effective beginning February 1st of this year.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, a motion was passed to approve each commissioner presenting only one proclamation per regular or recess meeting. A motion was passed to eliminate the reading of email public comments during regular and recess Board of Commissioner meetings, accepting email public comments by close of business on the Monday before each meeting, and to provide the email public comments to the Board of Commissioners the following Tuesday. A motion was passed to amend public comment policy to extend public comment from 30 minutes to not to exceed 60 minutes, and to require a 2/3 vote of the Board of Commissioners who are present to extend public comment beyond 60 minutes. And a motion was passed to amend the unlimited speaking time of elected officials to 2 minutes during public comment.
That's it? Okay, and Ms. Corbett, we need to make sure that that's publicized on our webpage or however you do it, so the public will know what the new rules are that will become effective at our first meeting in February. All right, continue, Madam Clerk.
240049, presentation of proclamations and certificates. We do not have any today. Next item is public hearings, public comment. 240050. Citizens wishing to participate in public comment will be allowed to appear in person or may choose to participate virtually via Zoom video conferencing or by submitting their comments in writing by registering on the county website, www.fultoncountyga.gov. Priority for public comment will be given to Fulton County citizens and those individuals representing businesses or organizations located within Fulton County. Speakers will be granted up to 2 minutes each. The public will not be allowed to yield or donate time to other speakers. The public comment portion of the meeting will not exceed 30 minutes. In the event the 30-minute time limit is reached prior to public comments being completed, public comment will be suspended and the business portion of the BOC meeting will commence. Public comment will resume at the end of the meeting. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we have received 22 speakers cards here in Assembly Hall. Will the first 5 speakers please come forward? Judge Cassandra Kirk, Chris Bruce, Michael Hakeem, Paul Hershey, and Melissa Ferrillo.
All right, again, as always, when you have 2 minutes remaining, strike that. When you have 15 seconds rather remaining in your remarks, I'll simply say 15 seconds, and that'll be your clue to begin to terminate your remarks. However, that does not apply to elected officials.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and honorable members of the Board of Commission. My name is Cassandra Kirk. I serve as the elected Chief Magistrate Judge of Fulton County. I appreciate this opportunity to speak on a matter of great significance to the Magistrate Court of Fulton County and our community. As the first Chief Magistrate Judge elected by the people of Fulton County, I represent not just the court, but the community's trust in our judicial system. People across this county believe that I have strife with some or all of you. I do not. As a fellow elected representative of Fulton County, like you, I am united in our deep affection for this community and this county. And bound by our solemn oaths, I am dedicated to work tirelessly with you all for the betterment of our beloved county. This morning, I am here to address the continuation of any discussion as it relates to BOC Resolution 23-0967. Since its partial passage on December 20th, 2023, and reinsertion on the BOC agenda as of January 12, 2024. Following December 20th, $780,000 was transferred from the Magistrate Court budget and placed in the Superior Court budget. The board held on its vote to seek legislation to remove the Chief Magistrate position from an elected to an appointed one. I want to first acknowledge and thank the many individuals, groups, and organizations, those that are here today and those who have sent comments and statements and made calls for their support and engagement regarding the proposed changes. The independence of the judiciary is a cornerstone of a free and democratic society. It ensures that judges can make decisions based on law and justice, free from political influence or public pressure. This independence is crucial for maintaining the balance of power among the branches of government and for protecting the rights of individuals. When judges are elected by the people, it reinforces this independence by ensuring that they are accountable to the public, not a select few in power. This direct accountability fosters transparency and bolsters public confidence in the fairness and impartiality of the justice system. Under my elected leadership, the Magistrate Court has seen transformative changes. From January 1, 2015 to December 25, 2023, out of 634,000 cases that have been filed, we have closed 593,000 of those cases. In the past year, we have heard 13,000 landlord-tenant cases. We have reviewed over 15,000 writs for eviction. These numbers are in addition to the other cases we heard under our jurisdiction. We have a robust closure rate from 2015 until 2023. This will continue. These figures are a testament to our commitment to efficiency and effective justice. I urge this board to reconsider the allocation of the $780 $780,000 from the Magistrate Court to the Superior Court. You all received yesterday the signed memorandum of understanding from both Superior Court and I as it relates to the judicial resources. Superior Court is assured of adequate judicial support. Additionally, I am requesting you support the Magistrate Court's initial budget proposal, which included the addition of 2 full-time judges, which also aligns with our current needs. I will assure this board and members of this board that going forward, in my term, this court will not seek additional judicial resources for the next 2 years. More importantly, I strongly advocate for the retention of the Chief Magistrate Judge's position as an elected role. Reverting to an appointed position undermines the hard-earned public trust and the principle of judicial economy and judicial independence. Our community deserves a judiciary that is not only efficient, but just and also independently accountable to the people we serve. Thank you for considering these points and for your ongoing support of a judiciary that upholds the principles of justice and independence for all of us in Fulton County. Thank you.
Chairman Pitts, honorable members of the commission. Good morning. My name is Christopher Bruce. I'm the Policy and Advocacy Director for the ACLU of Georgia, an organization dedicated to protecting your civil rights and civil liberties, which is why I'm here today. And let me be clear. What Judge Kirk did, is part of accountability of an elected official. And I'm not here to save Judge Kirk's job. I'm here to talk about the attacks on democracy, direct democracy, that we've seen lately. The cornerstone of a democratic system is direct elected representation. And that's what we have here, for the people to pick who should represent them in certain areas. You erode that trust when you make it about an appointed position, something that lacks transparency, lack of diversity in selection process, and other values that the community values more than anybody else. An appointed position can also introduce bias and conflicts of interest. But again, I want to be perfectly clear. If the Fulton County residents, which I am one of, decide on replacing their chief magistrate court, that is within their will, and that should be done at the ballot box. The resolution that put forth today can be changed. If you want to have a referendum by the people of Fulton County to say, we want to change this position from an elected position to an appointed position, then let that be. But let that be done by the people of Fulton County, not by this board and not by the state legislature. I yield for any questions. Not. Thank you for your time.
Good morning, Chairman Pitts and commissioners. My name is Michael Heekin. Last June, I was honored to have been confirmed to be a member of the Fulton County Board of Registration and Elections. I'm here today to speak to the candidacy of Julie Adams as a member of the board. Since I was appointed to the board, we have worked diligently under Chairman Perkins Hooker and productively, I would say, in a bipartisan way, to assist Nadine, Ms. Williams and her team to prepare for the presidential election season. There's a lot to do, and we need another board member as soon as possible to share the load. I've had the opportunity to work with Julie Adams and admire her intellect, work ethic, courtesy, and sense of humor. And by the way, that's a really important qualification to work in the elections department. Julie will be a terrific board member of the Board of Elections, and I ask you to confirm her today. Thank you.
Morning. My name is Paul Hershey from Milton. I'll be very quick today. Commissioner Arrington has pointed out about 3 times that the board has no influence into the constitutional employees of the county. In consulting with two constitutional attorneys and looking at the statutes, the DA is OPCON, ADCON, meaning you control the money. So you do have influence there by checking the money. Number 2, you need to start controlling the grant money. There's 3 audits that basically said there's no internal controls in Fulton County. And here's a prime example. The DA received a DOG grant for $575,000, and I've got the file, and she only reported in her financial that she only received $500. Where's the other $75,000? The other side is Commissioner Barrett talked about how bad the protocol and procedure was for the budget. And now we want to add $50 million to the budget. And now what we're doing is we're taking up where Commissioner Arrington left off last year, where he wanted the millage rate to go to 10%. Are we back to that again? My question is Commissioner Hall going to produce any restitution on the court case that just came out with the money that's going to be paid by Fulton County?
15 seconds.
I think that what we need to do is we need a complete audit of every department inside of Fulton County, independent audit, and the budget ought to be started out with a zero-based budget.
Next 5 speakers, please come forward. Kelvin Muldowney, Terry Ross, Lucia Frazier, Christine Pross, and Jimmy Goff.
Hello, my name is Melissa Fiorillo, and I'm a Fulton County resident. I'm here to ask you to vote to affirm Julie Adams to the Fulton County Board of Elections. She more than meets the requirements mandated by law. 4 of the appointments are political in nature, and the Democrats have their 2 appointees, and the Republicans by statute should have theirs 2. Frankly, the Republicans may not approve of the Democratic appointees to the election board, but they voted to seat them anyway. Now you may not approve of the Republican choices, but it is the right of the Republican Party to choose. You talk about equity and justice a lot, but it seems you are only about equity and justice when it serves you, not necessarily when it concerns something you don't like. The ordinance states equal representation, and I'm asking you to follow the law. Equity and justice should dominate in everything that you do. And speaking of equity and justice, our taxpayer dollars should be managed and overseen to make sure that they are spent lawfully, ethically, and wisely. The DA's office has been given $5 million to clear a backlog of cases. We see in the news after court revelations now how it is being spent. I come here today to ask you to do a complete audit on the DA's budget that you fund. Commissioner Ellis, I commend you for making inquiries about Ms. Willis's dealings, and I thank you for that. And I'm asking for a complete audit is necessary to restore faith in Fulton County. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. Kevin Muldowney, Fulton County, Milton. I fully encourage the board to approve Julie Adams' nomination to the vacant position on the Fulton BRE. The ordinance calls for equal representation. Julie fits all the legal criteria. She's had a 30-year career starting in human resources and culminating as a vice president of executive recruiting. She has trained volunteers in both poll watching and poll working. She understands our voting process and will work tirelessly to keep that right transparent, open, and available to all. She is a deserving candidate. On another subject, the Fulton DA's office under Fannie Willis hired a special prosecutor, Nathan Wade, who had never prosecuted a felony case. Fulton County has apparently paid this special prosecutor over $600,000. It's now been exposed through divorce proceedings that DA Willis and Special Prosecutor Wade took romantic trips together. It has also come to light that Special Prosecutor Wade billed the county for 24 hours in a single day. I guess his outstanding stamina was a prerequisite for his position. Fulton County Commissioners never did approve the hiring, but paid him anyway. His billable hours also exposed several 8-hour meetings with the White House Special Counsel. Seems to me that the actual collusion is between between the Fulton DA and the White House Counsel. Is this county business? I am requesting that this board perform a full audit
15
of
seconds.
Fannie's entire budget. Our tremendous backlog of cases, county cases, still exists. It seems that she has wasted a ton of taxpayer dollars on non-county business, not to mention the taxpayer dollars spent on Fannie's funny business. She's
Good morning, Chair Pitts, Commissioners. My name is Terry Ross. I'm representative of Neighborhood Planning Unit T here in the southwest side of Atlanta, as well as a deacon for West 100th Street Baptist Church and a just former member of Atlanta Planning Advisory Board. I'm here today in regards to the proposed legislation to modify the position of the Chief Magistrate's position from elected into appointed, state appointed at that. The magistrate court impacts Fulton County residents both civilly and criminally, and this legislation will circumvent the will of the people. This is a state appointed versus a resident elected. There's your answer right there. Such a move would strip our community of the power to choose who presides over these criminal and civil matters. And the solution, what is the solution? Well, I'm glad you asked. Separate the clerk's offices for the magistrate and the superior courts. Upgrade and increase technology within the courts. I personally have tried to engage with the magistrate court online, and it's a literal nightmare. There's some serious upgrading that needs to happen there, and I beg the commissioners to spend the money to get that court the support that they need in terms of assistance, judges, support systems, and assistance as well, and staffing for those judges. Finally, we urge the lawmakers and the citizens of Fulton County to reflect on the gravity of this proposed resolution and to stand
15 seconds.
to preserve the democratic process in the election of our chief magistrate. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. Lucia Frazier, Fulton County. I'm asking all of you to initiate and fully support a financial audit of our DA office. I do not support what Fannie Willis is doing with my tax money. The general public doesn't support what she's doing with our tax money. She's wasting all our money on a case that holds no water against President Trump and other Republicans. The DA office should be focused on our county. Don't we have a jail falling apart? Don't we have people backlogged in our courts? This is abuse of taxpayer money. And then I hear recently that you want to add more money to her department. I haven't heard any public comment of people coming and saying that she needs to get more money to keep going on this case that she's going on. Like, nobody's coming in here and saying that. Everybody is coming in and talking about other things, like anything but that. We're not all perfect, and you can do what you do on your own time and money. But we have to be perfect when we're using other people's money. And our government is designed for all of us to hold each other accountable. And if Fanny is your friend, then as a friend, you need to help her see what's ethical and what isn't. She's going down a dark path, and I don't know how it's going to end. And if you are her friend, then you need to talk about that. Thank you.
Hi, good morning, Board. Christine Prope, Sandy Springs. I'm a constituent of Ms. Barrett, who I'm disappointed to see is not sitting through public comments. I'm here to ask you to please appoint Julie Adams to the Fulton Board of Registration and Elections. I've known Julie for years, and over the last, I'd say, 4 years, she has been absolutely devoted to elections. She wants to improve elections in Georgia and Fulton County, and she's devoted the last 4 years to that. What's fantastic about Julie is she knows the law, she knows the processes, she's been in there working with poll watchers and poll workers. She knows her stuff, so she can bring that knowledge. She's even gone to other counties, so she might be able to bring some experience from other counties to Fulton County to sort of up our game and leverage some best practices she's learned elsewhere. In all that time that I've known Julie, and of course we all know things can get heated in the election cycle, I've never heard Julie say a negative word about anyone. I've never heard her complain. She's got an amazing work ethic. She is a kind, generous, hardworking person, and she will be a great asset to the board. You heard Mike Heekin say she has a sense of humor. She has a wonderful, calm demeanor, which we need in times of stress, and I think she'll be a great asset to the board. So she's always been very good at working collaboratively and building consensus in differing, diverse viewpoints. I think she can help bring that to the board as well. And she's just a great person, a very likable person. So I think she's going to be a great asset to the board. And I ask you to
15 seconds.
Please approve Julie Adams to the Board of Registration and Elections. Thank you so much.
Commissioners, thanks for being here. My name's Jimmy Goff. I'm on the board of the Academy Theater in Hapeville, Georgia. I was here on the 10th. I'm here today, and I'll be here anytime when arts funding is in jeopardy. It was interesting you talked about health and human services. I think that arts could fall under that. Clearly, the arts are an antidote to mental illness. Human services, older people that are shut in, we can use the arts to help them. The arts are just indispensable to a way of life, and the whole country. We talk about financial mismanagement. I've been watching this since the birth of this country, right? What's troubling this country, as far as I can tell, is lack of education of every kind. Kids aren't learning civics. Kids aren't learning how the Constitution, what it means. These are important things that we've let slide. I thought we were ramping up in the 60s. Things are looking good, people. MLK's on the job. What? Now we've been backsliding ever since. Voting rights, education, equal rights. It's disappearing in front of my very eyes. Arts it's my experience that arts is the quickest, simplest, most direct way to continue people's education, to open their minds, and to help communities become more united around things that we can agree on, which are paintings and music and reading and the things that the arts are indispensable for providing. These women, support these women. They're in Fulton County.
15
Take them
seconds.
to the schools, and they'll teach kids how to count. They'll teach kids how to play music. Thank you.
Next 6 speakers, please come forward. Chris Hayden, Matt Rowenzak, Ginger Bradshaw, Christopher Bruce, Maria Guardio, and Julie Allen.
Good morning. My name is Peter Hardy. I'm the artistic director of the Essential Theater, a company that has been operating within Fulton County for over 20 years. We're devoted to producing and supporting new work by Georgia writers. I would like to encourage the board to continue their always generous funding of the arts. Fulton County is an oasis of arts funding within the state of Georgia, and I think that both the cultural and economic value of support of the arts has been proven over and over again. It enriches the state and brings considerable economic stimulation to the community. Finally, as a private citizen, I would like to state that I am fully in support of the investigation of the former president, and everybody that I know personally is also in support of that. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Chris Hayden. I'm a Fulton County resident. Commissioner Barrett, in one of your recent podcasts, to elect or to appoint, that is a question. It was stated, we pick the people who pick the people. That is the principle of our form of government, a representative republic. Many people think we, the United States of America, are a democracy. We are not. As a representative republic, we elect representatives, and they make decisions, pass laws, etc. on our behalf. I think your next podcast needs to include a correction of this point. Also, in your meetings, please refrain from calling it a democracy. I implore you to lead the way of setting this straight with the rest of your commissioners. Thank you.
Morning, Commissioners. Matt Ronzak, Fulton County. We are at a time in this country and in this county where financially families and senior citizens have severe hardship. They're having to make decisions between food and medicine. Yet we have some commissioners on this board that want to add to the budget and make it from 8.87 mils to 10. Commissioner Hall, Commissioner Arrington. I've met so many senior citizens. We like to talk about affordable housing. You want to know one of the primary drivers of senior citizens losing their homes is because they can't afford the taxes in this county. There are seniors that are weeping because they are going to have to leave in the next year or two, sell their home, and their homes are paid off. It is solely because of the taxes. So I think we need a course correction on this budget and what is really the primary fiduciary duty, and that is the taxpayer. Not your dream budget. This isn't your own money. Secondly, I fully support an investigation into the DA's office, whether it's the county auditor or whatever means is best appropriate. It is clear we have abuse in the DA's office. And also on the budget, I find it ironic, Commissioner Hall, that we're probably going to find out today or soon how much money that the taxpayers are going to have to foot the bill for you firing your chief of staff after your affair with him. Yeah, you have the nerve to propose an additional $53 million on the taxpayers' back. I think most of us would appreciate that the county take your boot off our necks. Thank you.
Hi, Commissioners. My name is Ginger Bradshaw, and I live in Fulton County. Initially, I had planned to come down to support the appointment of Julie Adams and encourage the board to audit the DA's office. I'm still here for that purpose. But when I saw that Commissioners Barrett and Commissioner Arrington were asking to increase the DA's budget without an audit of what had been spent, I was livid. You men and women have a fiduciary responsibility to us, the taxpayers. And I'm going a little bit off script here because my blood is boiling. You always talk about equity and justice and how important that is. Well, you seem to think about that when it's on your side of the equation. But what about equity and justice for everybody? As Matt just said, I'm a senior citizen. my house is paid off, my taxes go up every year, and I'm maybe a little bit more fortunate than other people because we've put some money away and things aren't so bad for us. We're not wealthy, but we can pay our tax bill. But who my heart breaks for is some of those people that came down here when y'all were talking about raising the taxes. One lady and I imagine she lives in a modest home, her taxes went from almost nothing to $1,200 a year. And she said, I can't pay that. That's who my heart bleeds for. And as a fiduciary, it is your responsibility to oversee how this money is spent and to not
15 seconds.
to not do that is, I think, an abdication of your responsibilities. And I have to say, used to didn't know what y'all did, but I have learned, and I am ready to go to the streets. Thank you very much.
My name is Fat Ass Sass and Crass No Class, Fulton County. I'm incognito today, y'all, because the white folks is after me. I got a little bit of a PR problem. Natalie, you might be able to help me with. I could use the name of your PR firm. You know, the one that got you on the top 100 list? That's the kind of PR I'm looking for. You know, I know you'll understand that nothing and nobody comes between me and my Nathan's hot dog. Yeah, come on up in here now, my dark and lovely lunch. Oh, yes, there you come on. Yes, my PR firm, all they tell me to do is take me to church. Yeah. Take me to church, I worship you, dog. You're the light of my life. Please forgive me my sins, but I would fall on a knife. You are my destiny, baby. Good God, just get rid of your wife. Take me to church, I go to work. I get my freak on. Take me to church, I write a check. They let me say a few words. Take me to church, I eat some crow, and humble pie. Take me to church, I write a contract. We're set for life. Take me to church, First Baptist, here I come. Take me to church. Do we got to see the Catholics too? Are they on the schedule? Do I got to do everything? Take me to church.
15 seconds.
Taxpayer-funded, unlimited expense account. Wee, you baby, that's what I like. Take me to church, even a light-skinned elitist like me knows. The darker the berries, the sweeter the wine. Take me to church.
Last 6 speakers in Assembly Hall, please come forward. Sarah Turing, Clinton DeVoe, Derek Blassingame, Lisa Adler, Drew Limburger, and Quincy Shoulders.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Julie Allen. It's time to take the business of Fulton County seriously and approve the Fulton County Republican Party appointment to the Board of Registration Elections of Julie Adams. I'm here this morning to ask, are you aware of the 20% increase in mortality in Fulton County's population aged 15 to 44, beginning in 2020? Some might say this is related to COVID, but the COVID vaccine was released in December 2020 and the numbers have remained alarmingly high. Who is accountable for this data? The Fulton County Board of Health transitioned to a fully independent state entity in August 2020. Who advocates for an answer to this disturbing data on behalf of Fulton County residents? Who will ask Fulton County legislators to draft and support legislation that enables freedom of information access to de-identified public health data in order for answers to be discerned with scientific inquiry? What is informed consent and bodily autonomy if we lack access to data to find answers to troubling questions? Will Dr. Lynn Paxton, who gives courtesy reports to this board, address this with data? If it truly was a pandemic of the unvaccinated, then what explains excess mortality following December 2020 when the vaccine became available and many employers mandated the vaccine for employees? in an age group for which group insurers typically show extremely low mortality. What is more important than understanding why Fulton County's young working-age population is dying in record numbers? Separately, the question of whether Fulton County funds have been misappropriated or misused by Fani Willis must be answered before increasing her $37 million budget. Further, why would taxpayers have to pay $10,000 on a service to monitor Fani Willis's media coverage just days before announcing her probe into Donald Trump?
15 seconds.
Please request an audit by the county auditor of the district attorney's office, especially the funds used for her special prosecutor grand jury case. 2024 builds upon the scandals of 2023. It's disappointing to know that Commissioner Hall has been found guilty of sexual
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Sarah Turing. I'm a resident of Fulton County, and I'm here to speak in support of your continued ongoing investment in the Police Alternative Division. I have simply 3 things to offer for your consideration. 1, I'd like to say thank you for your ongoing support of this incredibly special organization and its work in our community. 2, I wanted to share how I first learned of PAD, which was through Nextdoor, and the relief and pride that my Fulton County neighbors had in this incredible program that supports our neighbors who are struggling with direct services, with diversion from incarceration such that we can support them. I was then very proud and honored to join the board of this incredibly special organization and have seen now firsthand the incredible work of its staff and of its leadership. 3, I simply offer that in my day job, I travel throughout Georgia and throughout the country working on affordable housing policy. In the last year, I've been in places like Albany, Doherty, Thomasville, Thomas, Columbus, Muskogee, Macon, Bibb. I've been in places like the Mississippi, Arkansas Delta, Newark, New Jersey, Washington, D.C. All of those places have neighbors that are struggling like ours. None of those places have an organization like PAD. And I'm very proud as a resident of Fulton County and appreciative of your investment in this program that truly is a national model. Thank you for your investment in healing in our community, and I urge you to continue and increase that investment. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Clinton DeVoe. I'm a retired municipal court judge. I served on the Atlanta Municipal Court for 30 years. And I've been retired now since 2011. And I've chaired the board of PAD for almost 3 years. And I am grateful, not just for your investment, but for your pioneering involvement as Fulton County's representative in the creation of this model and the support of the model. It is the City of Atlanta and Fulton County who have brought this program to fruition. We were ready and available 4 years ago when the police misconduct issues drove the country to see the issues of injustice in the criminal justice system. And that readiness and that support of this model by Fulton County and the City of Atlanta meant that we have set the standard for the country in helping people who have needs based on lack of income, being unhoused, mental health issues, and substance use that brings them in contact with the police. I just want to say thank you and encourage you to support the...
15 seconds, Judge.
Thank you. And hope that you will continue to support PAD and the work that we are doing on behalf of the less fortunate citizens in our county. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. Derek Blassingame. It is a pleasure and an honor to address you all today. Some of you all have made the comment this morning on my way in that he's done, he's through, it's over. Well, I want to let you know that Derek Blassingame, I'm done with Fulton County fumbling our elections. I'm done with the gross mismanagement of our taxpayer dollars by the Fulton County Democrats on this body. I'm disgusted at the information that is coming out of the district attorney's office as a taxpayer. I am done with most of your silence at the DA's apparent love affair with the special prosecutor and gross mismanagement of taxpayers' dollars to pursue what appears to be a frivolous lawsuit based off of partisan politics. Apparently, guys like me need to court Fulton County female executives if we want a free ride at all paid expense. Apparently, we need to pursue Natalie Hall and Fonnie Willis, or maybe the executives in other departments, if we want a full ride and full pay. The DA appears to be trying to protect past elections, but upon information and belief, she's trying to interfere with future elections by trying to convict a candidate before the general election. I'm requesting a financial audit to be done by the county auditor of the district attorney's office immediately. There is no way that you get more money when you're spending money, allegedly, for unnecessary and frivolous purposes. Also, these judges need to hire a lobbyist instead of grandstanding this board with these mediocre public relations stunts. Magistrate Court still needs a systemic boost and an IT transformation that's been achieved by the Superior Court clerk. It needs to be pulled together.
15 seconds.
Thank you. Finally, I'm urging you to appoint Julie Adams to the Board of Registration and Elections without delay. And we need somebody that's transparent, that's open, and that can be open-minded to all concerns and can address the people's needs. I'm also want that audit of the DA's office immediately.
Hi, I'm Lisa Adler. I'm a co-artistic producing director of Horizon Theater Company and a 42-year resident of Fulton County, and also strong advocate for the arts. I've been here for the last few meetings, listening, and I just wanted to say that I stayed through the whole last budget hearing and discussion afterwards, and I was so impressed with what I heard happen in discussion among the commissioners. I felt so heard as an arts community, but also everybody that came to speak that day. I helped their issues discussed by the commissioners that day, and I wanted to say how appreciative I was of that, seeing that political process and action and really work. In advance, I don't know what's in the budget, but I do know that I want to thank you for your consideration of the arts and for the 40-year-plus investment, which has made arts in Fulton County the leader in the state and contributing millions and millions of dollars, jobs, education to the community. I know you know much about what they give to us, and I want to thank you for your support and encourage you. As a citizen, I want to say that I totally hear people's concerns about property taxes. Everybody's concerned about that, but mostly it's about the increase from year to year of property taxes, of large revaluations that make it impossible to stay in their homes. I know that there's a bill in the state right now about trying to cap that, and I don't know how that might apply to Fulton County, but it's certainly something to be considered if there's an opportunity for that, because it's that increase that is killing people, not just taxes. I believe in taxes. I believe we should pay our taxes, and I believe we get what we pay for. And I'm willing to pay taxes for things that are important to us, which includes
seconds,
arts,
ma'am.
social services, education, and decent human, anything that's decent for humans. Thanks so much, and thanks for your support.
Hi, good morning, Commissioners. My name is Drew Umberger, and I am here today to talk to you about pre-accusation. I've worked at PAD for 2 years. Since October, I have had the got to witness firsthand the great impact that this pre-accusation program is offering. This program with PAD was partnered with the Solicitor Gamage's office, and each day the solicitor compiles a small list of names. I'm given the names. These are usually crimes that have been identified as crimes of poverty. I'm given the names. I go to the jail. I interview them. If these individuals consent and agree, they come into our program. I then go to first appearance and advocate for them on their behalf. If the judge agrees, they release to PAD the following day. That very next day, they're enrolled in services. As of today, since October, we have had 44 participants who are successfully enrolled in PAD services today. See, this program was actually designed to catch the individuals who could or should have been a police diversion. These individuals simply just have unmet needs. These are 44 people that, had not this program existed or been available, they would likely still be sitting in the Fulton County Jail. I have had the pleasure and the honor to witness reunifications, people getting documents, working on employment and housing.
All right, 15 seconds, ma'am.
Yeah, pre-accusation. Please think about it.
Good morning, commissioners, ladies and gentlemen. How y'all doing? I'm also a participant in the PAD program. My name is Mr. Quincy Shoulders. From the first moment I got introduced to the PAD program, staff and all of them have been very helpful. Currently, I'm in the fatherhood program, getting back in contact with my two daughters and my son. I just got my license, so I'm also getting a job at Amazon through them. I got my I'm waiting on my social security card, and I have my birth certificate. They have helped me obtain all my legal documents. You know, I don't have a car right now, but far as like the MARTA cards, it might not seem like much, but it means a lot to me. You know, they're very helpful. I'm attending my mental health classes, which they're helping me with, and I just want to say that I think the PAD program is wonderful for myself and others as well. I think it should keep going, and the staff are excellent. And that's all I have to say. Y'all have a blessed day.
Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we have 9 speakers on Zoom, 22 emailed in comments that have been combined and can be read in 4.
The first person to speak is Ben Howard. Ben Howard.
Thank you. Greetings, commissioners and staff, and special greetings, fellow citizens. Ben Howard, Senior Advocate, Public Policy Analyst. To the senior citizens of Fulton County, the Commission on Elder Affairs was beguiled into taking a hike in the month of December. During December budget hearings, Office of Aging administrators were bombarded with code words such as sliding scale, not sustainable, tight budget, and millage rate constrictions. Take heart, however, help is on the way and hope is in the wings as more advocates join. To the Housing Authority of Fulton County, you won a hollow victory in that 4-1 vote. Following executive session, the motion should have been a 3-part motion instead of a 2-part motion. Part 1, accept the recommendation of the Housing Authority of Fulton County. Part 2, reject the recommendation of Ronnie Shakir and Company. Only then, Part 3, remove Ronnie Shakir from the board of the Housing Authority of Fulton County. To the news media focusing on Fulton County, stay tuned.
The next person to speak is Opal Baker.
Good morning. My name is Opal Baker. I'm a resident of East Point, Fulton County, Georgia. As a naturalized citizen who has been living in the United States for over 50 years, I treasure my right to vote. I have never missed an opportunity to vote since I have been able to, and I absolutely value my right to cast my ballot for whomever I choose. You must uphold that right as you consider your nomination for this body and ensure that you will install a person who respects every eligible person's right to vote for whomever they choose, and not dismiss their lawfully cast vote. As you consider and choose to do the right thing about this with our right to vote, you must also do the right thing on how we as taxpayers want to spend our money. I applaud you for being the only county in Georgia to still allocate funding to the arts, and you cannot stop now. Exposure to the arts is foundational, it's indispensable, it's critical to communities for so many reasons. But for me, it is a way to relieve the stresses of everyday life, to keep me engaged in my community. And it's one way, one important way to help our children grow, thrive, and build their cognitive and critical thinking skills as adults, so that they can make up their own minds about important issues in their lives, such as why it is necessary to vote and to whom to vote and for whom to vote for. Thank you.
The next person to speak is Jita Prabhakar. Jita Prabhakar. The next person to speak is Mac Hedrick. Mac Hedrick. Okay, the next person to speak is Paulette Haas. Paulette Haas. All right, the next person to speak is Rukumba Ned. Rukumba Ned. And the last person is Virginia Cryhope. Virginia Cryhope. Okay, Rukumba Ned. Okay, so with that being said, no one's answering. That concludes our Zoom public comments.
The first email comment is Jane Zolik. Thank you for the commissioners for your valuable past support of the arts in Fulton County. As you are making budget decisions today, I encourage you to at least maintain the 2023 funding level in order to continue to nurture a vibrant art scene in the cultural heart of the South. Your funding is critically important to Atlanta Metro's arts community and to all size art organizations' abilities to fulfill their missions, to the experiences available to Fulton County residents and visitors, and to their area's reputation. Thank you, too, for funding the Board of Elections so that they may continue to carry out their demonstrated application of best practices. As the Carter Center report noted, their openness, transparency, and learning is to be commended. As someone who served as a poll worker, it's essential to know that the BOC and BOE are supportive of free and fair elections and that you stand with the election workers in a hostile political environment. Please help ensure that all who serve on the Board of Elections consistently work to place the voter over party politics and align with voters, not election deniers or conspiracy theorists. The following constituent provided a similar comment. Lynn Coleman. The next public comment is from McCree McCam. I want to thank the Board of Commissioners for their deliberative thought process in considering Board of Elections appointments. We, the voters of Fulton County, deserve a BOE who represents our values and our community. As the BOE works to prepare for the critical elections this year, we need BOE members who fight for a free and fair democracy of all voters and who support pro-voter policies. as the BOC continues the process of making the crucial decision to appoint the last BOE member through the current partisan nomination process, I implore you to remember that this decision will have far-reaching effects. The BOE needs to appoint a BOE member that understands that Fulton County voters value someone who believes in free and fair elections, emphasizing standing with election workers in a hostile environment, being a voice for voters, and a need to place the voter over party politics and align with voters. The Board of Commissioners should continue to be diligent in appointing BOE members who will lead us through effectively in the 2024 elections. The following constituents also had similar comments: Cassandra DeMarco, Angela Mirka, Janet Hogan, Jennifer Mawley, Virginia Creho, Gary Ulick, Nancy Pearson, Brittany Ames, Opal Baker, Katie Benson, Paula Barnes, Bonnie Lambert, Stephanie Mills, Lisa Norris, and Patty Nathan. The next email comment is from Michelle Sarkassian. Fulton County taxpayers have been consistently abused with outrageous election expenses and costly errors throughout the government, but the latest escapade that taxpayers have funded with the irresponsible and self-deserving spending by Fani Willis is beyond anything the state or even the county or country have imagined. So what happens? Well, you double down to request spending more of our tax dollars, of course. How many taxpayer-funded lawsuits might be ahead? The arts, public safety are in desperate need of Fulton County funds. Please do your jobs. Please do the right thing and exercise fiscal and ethical responsibility for the taxpayers of Fulton County who put you in office with the faith that you would honor their trust and over influences. The last email comment is from Helen Butler. Commissioners, I have been following the leadership of our late founder, Dr. Joseph E. Lowry, and the mission of the Georgia Coalition for the People's Agenda to improve the quality of governance by having an informed, active electoral that holds its elected officials accountable. In doing this work throughout the state of Georgia, I have found that the strongest form of democratic government works best when the people and voters can decide who gets to represent them. This is done using the ballot vote to elect who will represent their interests, especially from a judicial perspective. That tends to be the last vestige of achieving justice for citizens. Political appointments do not allow the same type of accountability as elected officials. Therefore, we are again asking you to vote no on this resolution to change the position of Chief Magistrate Judge from an elected position to an appointed position. We are also asking that you fund this office adequately to ensure that citizens receive the best services in an expeditious manner. The following constituent provided a similar comment: Keena Hudson. This concludes the email comments.
No further speakers.
No further speakers? All right, continue, Madam Clerk.
Continuing on page 8, County Manager's items under Open and Responsible Government, 240051, Finance, Review and Request Approval of the Fiscal Year 2024 Final Adopted Budget and Fiscal Year 2024 Budget Resolution.
Okay, colleagues, Mr. Manager, and team, it is 11:08 a.m. Let me just make a couple of quick comments here. We are required to approve the budget no later than the second meeting in January of each year, which is today. Just by way of background, last year, 2023, this board voted to approve the 2023 budget with an assumed millage rate of 9.3724 mills. However, when it came time to approve that millage rate on August 16th of 2023, we did not do so and adopted an assumed millage rate of 8.87 mills. Because of that action, when our finance team submitted a proposed budget for us for 2024 on November 15th of last year, 2023, it was explained to us that if things are going to be tight, there were no additional resources to fund so-called program enhancements. And what program enhancements mean are requests by commissioners for projects that they have an interest in, or departments who've come to commissioners to ask, or from private citizens. These are enhancements. But again, the available money that we would have would be based upon that 8.87 millage rate, which was approved by this board. Since then, we have received, and it has been discussed openly, publicly, we have received some $60 million in so-called enhancements from commissioners. 60 million. That 60 million equates to a 1.23 mil increase if we are to fund everything that has been requested by commissioners. That would take the millage rate from 8.87 to an increase in the property taxes or the millage rate from 8.87 to 10.1 mils. That's just factual, not mine, it's just doing the math. For the record, I did not have any requests, do not have any today. It's my understanding that Commissioner Thorne does not have any, and Commissioner Ellis had some adjustments, but his adjustments were budget neutral. But the others that are before us total the approximately 60 million in the increases, and if we were to fund all of those, it would require a millage rate increase of 1.23 mils, which would take us again from the 8.87 to the 10.1 mils. So that's where we are today. I'd like for us to, well, we have no choice. We need to approve a balanced budget today, and we may differ on what needs to be funded, what doesn't need to be funded, but I would ask that we be mindful and respectful of each other's positions as we go through this exercise here today. The lineup is as follows. Commissioner Natalie Hall, Commissioner Abdu Rahman, Commissioner Bridget Thorne, and Commissioner Bob Ellis. Commissioner Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To start off on the record, I received my information from the budget that were submitted by the departments and agencies and offices within Fulton County, headed by either the department head or elected official whose department, office, or agency it was that they were submitting for. And so to ensure that there is no ambiguity.
Excuse me 1 second. I forgot, before we got to this, my mistake. Judge Kirk asked to speak again on a matter. She's already spoken, so is there any objection to hearing from her one more time before we get to the budget?
None from me.
All right. Judge Kirk, come on up. Briefly.
Briefly, yes, sir, and it was my intent, thank you again for the ability to come back up. It was my intent to read the letter for Nancy Flake Johnson, who was in the audience and missed public comment due to traffic, and so I will simply read her letter. Thank you all again. Dear CEO and Commissioners, elections allow the voters to decide if an official is performing in a manner consistent with industry standards and the ethos of the community. While I am aware of the arguments on both sides of the question of whether judges should be elected rather than appointed, I am also aware that studies have shown a majority of Americans prefer the right to elect the people who will sit on the bench. Judicial rulings have an outsized effect on our lives and in our democracy. We, the people, have a right and an obligation to have a say, just as we do in the selection of people who hold other seats of power. The Urban League of Greater Atlanta opposes the resolution to remove the Chief Magistrate Judge position from an elected one to an appointed one. Appointment places the power in the hands of other elected officials who may have a political agenda. That power should remain in the hands of voters. We have come to expect our right to elect the Magistrate Court of Fulton County. To take that right away from us and switch to a system of appointing the magistrate flies in the face of expanding the role of citizens in a democratic form of governance, one where the citizenry elects its leaders. Of immediate concern is whether the community will have the right to elect Judge Cassandra Kirk again. Her accomplishments in the office are notable in spite of being underfunded.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. Does this have anything to do with our budget discussion? This is a repeat
It does.
of just what we
Just
heard.
just a minute, everybody. I thought you had a statement to make, Judge Clerk, or you were reading a statement. I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
We've been fair with you. Thank you.
Yes,
That's
sir.
enough.
It was my intent to read the
Thank you.
statement from Ms. Flake Johnson. Thank you.
Continue, Commissioner Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I was stating, as we all agreed upon during our commissioners' retreat, I submitted a budget enhancements request for the 2024 budget as we all agreed upon, and I want to make sure that the record shows exactly what I submitted because I find it very interesting that things have been misconstrued to members of the public. And so let it be stated for the record that I've never asked for a millage rate increase. And as a matter of record, you can pull the votes and see that I voted for the millage rate to remain the same. And that was based on my constituents telling me that that's what they wanted. Now, my budget enhancement requests are based on the departments, agencies, and offices that are headed by those who submitted them to us as a need. And from what I was told, because the ARPA funding, the American Rescue Plan Act funding will be ending this year, that to continue to decrease the caseloads, to continue to keep the jail overcrowding at zero, these departments, offices, and agencies, they need to continue to have the same number of employees and resources that they were provided through the ARPA funding, or else we will see a significant negative impact on the positive things that have happened thus far. So, to be clear, the district attorney asked for funding, so let's address that, because one of my colleagues took it upon herself to go on social media and take a picture of just a clip of information and make it appear as though myself and two of my other colleagues were asking for funding and had no justification whatsoever, and that is not true. So I'm going to read to you exactly what I submitted, and I'm hoping that this information is also posted for the public in the manner by which it was submitted, so that people can see that funding was asked for based on exactly what the requester said they needed it for.
Now, these are going to be amendments that you're making?
Mr. Chair, you're very aware of exactly what this is because we discussed this in our commissioners' retreat, which you were a part of, and we all agreed that budget enhancements would be provided by commissioners. And so,
All right, so your first one is?
So in explanation of the district attorneys, I'll start right there.
All right.
The district attorney submitted that she needed to continue to have 7 investigators. She needed to continue to have the 30 law students and the 20 undergrads and the 5 high school students, operational funds. That is what I submitted on my budget enhancements list for the DA.
What's the cost of that?
I don't have a total. I have a complete total, but so I'm going to run through every single item. For the magistrate court judge asked for 2 full-time magistrate judges, which it is my understanding she's been asking for even before we addressed the 2024 budget. 13 judicial assistants, 5 administrative assistants, court support supervisor 3, administrative coordinator, 3 part-time magistrate judges, and that is what I submitted based on her request for 2024. The marshal's office, and the marshal's office, employees actually went to the news, and you can see a news story based on what they have been enduring because they don't have the funding to run their office efficiently and effectively. Operating costs for new positions, uniforms, equipment, vehicle maintenance, overtime budget requests to manage the current high volume of writs. Overtime will be utilized to reduce the writs to a manageable level. The overtime will be utilized 1 day per month, 8 hours for 12 months. There will be 2 deputies per vehicle executing an average of 240 writs per month for 12 months. It is expected to execute approximately 2,280 writs on this project during fiscal year 2024. And as it relates to the sheriff, reconsideration of vacancy, attrition reduction, personnel enhancements, unfunded positions restoration, including benefits, officer safety equipment, federal grant match, equipment needs, investigative tools, software and assessments, new operational requests, inmate for the Inmate Welfare Fund, accreditation and compliance, IT equipment, community diversion, and anti-recidivism. And for the Solicitor General, supplemental VOCA grant funding to cover personnel and operational expenses, retention of 41 ORCA employees through December 31st, 2024. This funding will cover personnel and operational expenses, and behavioral health and mental health prosecution program for active inmates in the Fulton County Jail. This funding will cover personnel expenses. And in addition to this, the Board of Health is trying to keep their doors open and serve the public for an overwhelming need that they have become aware of. And so they were requesting 5 additional environmental health specialists, additional staffing to offer services 5 days a week at all 4 clinics, 4 dental techs, 1 dental hygienist, and expansion of the adult dental services program. And so those are all of the departmental agency and office budget requests that I pulled. And from what I see from this memo dated January 22nd from our CFO Sharon Whitmore through Dick Anderson, our county manager, to the Board of Commissioners, subject consolidated summary of commissioners' request, I see in green that $4.5 million has already been included in the January 10th revised proposed budget for overtime reinvestment, double overtime reinvestment for the sheriff. Thank you. For the officers' equipment federal grant match, this match is required to be funded over 3 years. First year funding of $262,566 provided from 2023 underruns in the sheriff's budget. Thank you for that. And I see Solicitor General's $248,000 supplemental VOCA grant funding. It says $187,525 provided in the January 10th revised proposed budget. Thank you for that. In addition to those, I created a list of nonprofit organizations who have consistently contacted me and my team to inform us that they are small, they have never been able to adequately apply for funding. They need technical assistance. They need as much assistance as possible to continue the work that they're doing in the community. And those nonprofits were Atlanta Technical College needs money for disadvantaged students. Atlanta Metropolitan College needs money for disadvantaged students. SCLC Women, Atlanta Business League, Georgia Stand Up, Making the Transition, Project You First, the Stewart Foundation, the People's Agenda, American King Foundation, Black Male Initiative, Be Aware Foundation, and the Greater Vine City Opportunities Program Incorporated. And so that list was made upon the request of those nonprofits. And then separate from that, as included in every budget for a number of years now, the 2 youth conferences that I offer every single year, which are $75,000 each, totaling $150,000, CEOs of Tomorrow Youth Conference and Empowering Young Men to Excel Youth Conference. And that is for the record. Now, I want to also add from what we've just heard today and what we continue to receive. I was looking at my county phone because people continue to send emails even once we start the BOC meeting, and there are a lot of requests for pre-arrest diversion to receive some funding. I hope that we will do that. Of course, we have heard from the arts continuously, not just today's meeting, but meetings prior to this, that we need to maintain the same funding for the arts, which included, I believe it was $1.7 million to make that total, I believe it was $3.1 million last year. They want that same funding to be in the budget for 2024. And what else did I hear from them? And that is it. So if it is the will of this body to raise the millage rate, that is on you. My constituents have told me that they simply want for the people who were hired to do the job of balancing the budget to do the job of balancing the budget. And they have a right to that because they are the voters. As it was stated many times before, this is not our money. I, as a taxpayer living in the city of Atlanta, have a very small portion that I contribute to the tax dollars. But I have constituents who, by a whole, contribute a lot. And that is why I put on my list exactly what they asked for me to put on their list, whether it be through emails to my county email, social media, direct messages to Instagram, Facebook messages, and the like, and text messages to my personal phone and phone calls. So I capture all of this information from those conversations directly from the people that I serve. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, Commissioner Hall, what is the total for all of those enhancements?
I have no idea. I didn't total all the enhancements, but I did total all the department requests, and those department requests came up to $53 million. And then the nonprofit organization requests came up to $900,000, and my 2 normal every annual conferences are $150,000.
So that's
No, it ain't.
Approximately $54 million. That's an amendment that you want to make?
Is that an amendment that I want to make to the budget?
Yes.
We all sat in a, let me pull the file. We all sat in a commissioner's retreat and all agreed, and let me read the summary. All enhancements requests made prior to or at January 10th, and let me, for the record, note what I'm reading. This is a summary of the Board of Commissioners retreat that took place at the Loudermilk Conference Center, where all commissioners sitting here except for Commissioner Khadijah Abdul-Rahman were present. And the summary notes say 2024 budget enhancement approval process. All enhancement requests made prior to or at the January 10th BOC meeting to be collected and summarized by county manager and shared with commissioners by 5 p.m. on January 17th. Commissioners to review list of enhancement requests. Any additional requests from commissioners should be sent to the county clerk by 12 p.m. on January 19th. County clerk will collect and summarize all requests, including the name of the commissioner who submitted it, and share it with commissioners by close of business on January 19th. Commissioners will have January 19th through the 23rd to confer among themselves and ask questions pertaining to enhancement requests prior to the January 24th BOC meeting. County Finance Department will publish final list of enhancements requests on January 22nd. And so that is what I'm complying with. As far as 5 bullet point 5, which says commissioners will have January 19th through the 23rd to confer among themselves and ask questions pertaining to enhancement requests prior to the January 24th BOC meeting. None have been directed to me about my list, so I assume that no one had any questions and no one had any comments about my list. No one contacted me either via phone, text, or email concerning my list based on these summary notes. And this is what we all agreed on.
All right, the total of that list, so everything you read, we're very familiar with that. That's approximately $60 million, which would require a millage rate increase, a tax increase in layman's terms of 1.23 mils. So are you recommending a millage rate increase of 1.23 mils to fund that?
If I was, I would have written that down with my information. That's out of order. So anyway, for the entire 6 years that I've been commissioner, we have always allowed our county executives who are responsible for the budget to make that determination on how and where they can find the funding. And even prior to those years, my years as chief of staff to Commissioner Joan P. Garner, the late commissioner, and her submissions of budget enhancements, it was always handled that way. I do not see why after 13 years we would do it any other way than to allow the people who are hired to do that job, to trust in them and allow them to do that job.
Thank you, Commissioner Hall, for your remarks. They will be reflected in the minutes. Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, you have the floor. There's no motion on the $60 million and no motion for millage rate increase.
Chairman, with all due respect, it's Vice Chair.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Chairman. Can you go back to what you just said? You said there's no motion on the floor?
There's no motion. You didn't make a motion. No one else has made a motion.
I should not have had to make a motion. We agreed that we would submit these items for the budget period. So the motion, it should already be a part of
Point of
our
order,
submission.
Mr. Chair. You've recognized the Vice Chair.
You have the floor, Vice Chair.
Thank you. I know that there was a concern about PAD funding, and I think there's some misinformation. And so if someone could speak to PAD funding quickly before I get into my comments, I would appreciate it.
Thank you, Vice Chair Abdul-Rahman. The budget includes the $400,000 that we have funded PAD for the last couple of years. That funding is already included in the budget. As it relates to diversion, we have also included in the budget the $2.5 million to support the new diversion center.
Thank you, Dr. Rochelle. Where do I begin? Let me say this to everyone that is listening or at home or texting or whatever. You cannot have a laundry list of wants and needs and not have a millage rate increase. Let me say that first of all. There's a tightening of the belt, and I have been speaking about this before today, that this is where the rubber meets the road. The budget is a fundamental responsibility of the Board of Commissioners, and it plays a crucial role in the effective functioning of our community. As commissioners elected to represent the citizens of Fulton County, we have a responsibility to assure you that the budget we passed is crafted with the utmost respect for citizens and taxpayers of Fulton County. From the very beginning of this process, we know that we do not have enough money to address all the wants. So I want to be crystal clear that my support and vote are based on the impact of the investment and the accountability of the offices, agencies, departments, and organizations we fund. I trust the following amendments will show that we take seriously our responsibility of being good stewards of your investments. So I therefore make the motion to accept the revised budget with an 8.87 County Manager, not to go over 8.87 with the following amendments made. I make the motion that $2.25 million to be funded to arts and culture, with $250,000 going to Fulton Films. Also, of the $2 million going to CSF, with a $300,000 earmarked for Taste of Soul Food. I also ask that $200,000 goes to the Marshal Office. I also ask that $100,000 goes to Destination Tomorrow, a grassroots organization that provides vital services and resources to the members of the LGBTQ+ communities and more, including but not limited to transitional housing, educational enrichment services, HIV counseling and testing. I also ask that $75,000 go to Iman Atlanta, a community-based organization that provides reentry housing assistance, behavioral health, and community resources for the entire Fulton County. I also ask that $100,000 be earmarked to senior services for Senior Advocacy Outreach Initiative. Considering there are several agencies, to include the district attorney, that requested ORCA extensions, I'm asking that we extend ORCA positions to the end of the year 2024, subject to the discretion of the county manager, with the county manager reporting the details of the distribution. I also ask that we reduce the enhancement of the sheriff from $4.5 million by $2 million, currently proposed for double overtime for the sheriff's budget. So instead of it being $4.5 million, it'll be $2.5 million. Given what we have done, I make this motion with a clear mind that we have looked at and we have done what we could possibly do to maintain a budget of 8.87 with no millage increase. I ask that this is accepted, and I make the motion to the to my body, and also I ask that it be amended therefore.
Okay, is there a second? Is there a second?
Wait on a second. Wait on a second. He didn't hear it.
I'm sorry, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. So, Commissioner, would you repeat each of those? Because I was trying to follow what you were. Put the amount, say the amount first, and then.
Okay. $2.25 million to arts and culture, with $250,000 going to Fulton Films.
As I understood what you were saying, 2.25 for arts and culture. Of that amount, 250,000 would be an increase for Fulton Films. $2 million for the contracts for service program, and of that $2 million, 300,000 would be earmarked for Taste of Soul Food.
Yes.
Thank you.
So let me make, I'm clear on the Fulton Films. How much is that?
It would bring the total for Fulton Films to 500,000. There's 250 in the existing
All right,
budget.
just wanna
This would
make sure.
add an additional 250.
All right, next.
$200,000 to the marshal's office. $100,000 to Destination Tomorrow. $75,000 to Iman Atlanta. $100,000.
Slow down.
I'm sorry.
100,000. You said 75,000 to Iman Atlanta.
Yes.
And then 100,000.
To senior services for the be earmarked for Senior Advocacy Outreach Initiative.
Next.
Once again, considering there are several agencies that need ORCA extensions, the extension of the ORCA positions to the end of the year 2024, subject to the discretion of the county manager, with the county manager reporting the details of the distribution. And last but definitely not least, there was a $4.5 million enhancement currently proposed for double overtime for the sheriff's budget. I'm asking for that to be reduced by $2 million. And that concludes my motion with the following amendments.
All right. So the motion, the amendment on the floor is made by Commissioner Abdul Rahman and seconded by Commissioner Thorne. What's the total?
What's the total?
It's a net increase to the general fund budget of 725,000, Mr. Chairman, based on my following of the numbers. The adds are 2,725,000. The reduction is 2 million. So it's a net increase of 725,000.
Plus the required fund balance.
Plus Akima's telling me the required fund balance. And then on the ORCA positions, I guess I would ask for clarification on that. Your statement was for the county manager to determine the distribution details. Is the extension of ORCA through the end of the year to be funded using our ARPA resources?
Yes.
Thank you.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. Could she repeat? I thought you said the add was 2.25 and the subtraction was 2. But then you said 750.
Yeah,
Just
so
wanna make sure I didn't mishear.
So the laundry list of items that the vice chair identified.
The list of items.
Totaled.
The list of proposed amendments.
The list of proposed items, yes, totaled 2,725,000.
Okay, I thought you said 2.25. Okay.
So 2.25 was specifically for arts and culture, so it was 2,725,000.
And then the reduction, is that reflective of, I thought the reduction of the sheriff's budget was it 2.5 or 3 million? I thought you gave a number. Is it 2 million? Okay.
I heard 2 million, yes, sir.
Okay.
It's 2 million. It leaves the sheriff 2.5.
Does the proposal meet our fund balance requirements? I'm in the queue later. Y'all can.
Commissioner Ellis, give me just 1 minute to, okay.
Okay, yeah, they're. All right, let me get where we are now. So so the 725,000,
Mr. Chairman, we would need to identify about $362,504.
how much?
$362,504 to balance that out. We would need to take a haircut somewhere else to be able to balance that out. Or take it from the 4.5 million. I know the vice chair said she wanted to leave the sheriff 2.5. We could take that 362 that we need to balance out from the rest of the double overtime budget.
One second. I'm going to request to take it out to 2.5.
So we'll increase the reduction to 2,362,504.
Yes.
And that will be balanced, correct?
Yes, sir. I'm going to ask Sabrina Hakeem to confirm, but it should be balanced.
All right. Thank you. Properly made by Commissioner Abdul Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Commissioner Arrington.
Madam CFO, what is the cost of extending ORCA through the end of the year?
Commissioner Arrington, if we make the assumption that everyone who's on payroll would stay on payroll and no one leaves and we don't hire anyone else, the full cost is about $14 million. The number we've been using has been $9 million. That assumes some ramp down and natural attrition of the positions, but our current estimate is that to fully continue everyone who's currently on payroll, assuming again no attrition and that no new hires and no one leaves, it would be about $14 million.
So how is it possible then that there could only be a $700,000 or $300,000 budget adjustment if ORCA was part of the proposal?
That was the clarification that I sought, Commissioner Arrington, was if she was requesting that we extend the ORCA positions through the use of ARPA resources versus through the general fund.
All right. So the requests that were made by, I guess the requests that were made by certain commissioners as a result of our board retreat were mostly requests or commissioners repeating requests from department and agency heads. Most of these were not specific commissioner-related requests. Again, these are requests of departments. Now, what we did last year, see, we're not voting, or let me make sure. Madam CFO, are we voting on the millage rate today or are we voting on a budget? Which one of those two are we voting on today?
The action that's before you today is to approve the budget.
The budget. See, we're not approving a millage rate. We just recently approved a millage rate at the end of 2023. Now, what we did last year was we assumed a higher millage rate for purposes of our budget. And But when it got time to adopt that higher millage rate, we didn't. We assumed a higher millage rate for purposes of our budget so that we could add more items in. However, when it got time to adopt that budget, that millage rate, we did not adopt that millage rate. You know why we didn't? Because there was enough money left over. We have anywhere from $25 to $75 million left over every year. Additionally, there was additional revenue that came in. And so as a result, although I voted against it, the board voted not to adopt the higher millage rate at the time when it was time to adopt the higher millage rate. But we did it for purposes of the budget so that we can make sure that our departments and agencies have the resources that they need. So it is a fallacy that we're talking about adopting a bigger millage rate. The agenda item is for budget, not for millage rate. And so it's inaccurate for someone to say that if we adopt this, we have to adopt a higher millage rate. We can assume a higher millage rate for purposes of our budget, but as proven last year in 2023, we assumed that higher millage rate, but we didn't adopt it. So for someone to say, oh, well, this is gonna make the millage rate 10.2, this is gonna make the millage rate go through the roof, it's simply not accurate. It's simply not accurate. All of these numbers are assumptions in a budget. Every number in a budget is an assumption. We make assumptions based off of what happened last year. What do we expect to happen this year? We make assumptions. Now, let's get back to what happened at the board retreat. Because what happened at the board retreat was that we were told to submit our things and that those things would be added to the budget. That's what we were told, Mr. County Manager, and you stated, Mr. County Manager, that in order to add those things, we would have to have, that you and your team would add those to the budget and that you would have to propose an assumed higher millage rate in order to be able to add those things. Now, that is what transpired at that board retreat. We were told that, hey, submit these, they're gonna add them in, and then we're gonna add them to the budget. County manager and his team are gonna add them to the budget, and that there will be an assumed millage rate increase for purposes of the budget. That's what transpired at that meeting. So if that was not done, then I need to know why, Mr. County Manager.
I believe we have done that. In other words, we've cataloged all of the requests, both that had preceded the meeting and then subsequent to the meeting, and then we have provided a implied or assumed millage rate.
So, and what is that millage rate, Mr. Manager?
1.233 million. Yes. In addition to, that will be added to the 8.87 current millage rate.
Would it be an actual millage rate, or would it be assumed like last year?
It will not be actual, not until the millage rate is set later in the year. But one thing I just want to mention, though, is when we prepared the budget this year, we assumed a 7% digest growth rate that could impact what the final millage rate might be down the road next year.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand what you said. You have to repeat it.
Okay, I'm talking about, when the budget was prepared in for 2024, instead of us using the 3% digest growth rate that we were using in the past. The budget for 2024 was based on an assumed digest growth rate of 7%. So all I'm saying is we have already accounted for some of the growth that we're expecting to have in our digest for 2024 in this budget that you have before you for approval.
All right, and then, Mr. Chair, at the board retreat, you said you were going to ask for a division. Do you still plan on doing that, or do I need to?
Well, we did when Commissioner Hall went through each of her items.
So Commissioner Hall didn't make a motion, so I don't know how we could have done it by Commissioner Hall going through her items. Commissioner Abdul-Rahman just went through her items and made a motion. So I don't understand how it could have been done with Commissioner Hall listing her items, because Commissioner Abdul-Rahman just listed her items and made a motion. Furthermore, that's not division. Division is voting, and what you stated at the board retreat was division, because you wanted to vote on each individual item. You wanted each of these items divided so that they could be voted on individually, each budget increase. So that's what was stated at the board retreat. So I'm just asking you, are you still going to do that, or do I need to make a call for division?
We've already done that, Commissioner Arrington. I asked Commissioner Hall that we want to take them individually. She said, no, we take them collectively, and I did not object to that. My statement at the retreat was that was my intention. Today, based upon what she said, after she read, in fact, she had some 45 items, if my math is correct, but she decided to read them collectively, and I asked her if that a motion. She said no, there was no other motion, and we moved on.
Okay, so I'm going to make a motion to divide the items that were just listed by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. We've had a motion that's been before us that is properly moved and seconded.
I'm making a
Request is out of
substitute
order.
motion.
Second.
For division of the items, so each of those items can be voted on individually.
Each of the items that Commissioner, the Vice Chair Abdul-Rahman, is that what you're saying, Commissioner Arrington?
Yes, sir.
All right, that's what is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, we got a lot to accomplish today. It'll take us about 5 minutes to do that. We vote on each one separately.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
We have a motion that's properly before us. It's been motioned and seconded. I think the time for any sort of call of that would have preceded that, and I think the request is out of line. And if we're going to have a vote on something, it should be a vote on specifically whether or not we actually want to have a division of these items.
All right.
It should not be an automatic.
I'll accept that. All right. Is there a motion then to vote on a division of the various 7 or 8 amendments that were put forth by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman? Is there such a motion?
Yes, sir. I've already made it, and it's logged in the computer, and it was seconded by Commissioner Hall.
All right. Let's vote on whether we're going to divide or not.
And the vote is open on the motion to divide. And the motion fails, 3 yeas, 4 nays.
All right. Then back to the main motion. Commissioner Barrett?
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I certainly honor and respect the desire to pass a balanced budget and to be good stewards of the taxpayers' money. But I also agree with Commissioner Arrington in saying that what we're talking about with the millage rate today is not a vote on the millage rate, but rather an assumption in order to come to a balanced budget and make sure that all of the needs of the county are thoughtfully and, are thoughtfully addressed. And I think, to leave out any consideration for addressing health inequity in the county is, does a disservice to everyone in the county. I think health equity is very important. I think we all have acknowledged over the course of many meetings since I've been here for just over a year that there is a significant health inequity, in particular in the south part of the county. And following some conversations with the county management team yesterday and for the weeks leading up to this meeting, there have been several options on the table, and there will continue to be more options on the table to address, to continue to address health inequity. We all sat through a presentation last year with Morehouse and the consulting firm, I forget which one now, but thank you, Ernst & Young, that talked about sort of a plan with the initial Buggy Works clinic that we stood up that the plan, and you can correct me here if I'm wrong, Dr. Rochelle, but my recollection is that the plan was to get this first clinic up and then to analyze the data in terms of who was coming into the clinic, what kinds of things they were coming in for, and to take that analysis along with looking at the existing mapping that was done and sort of determine what kind of clinic would be needed next, where it would be, that kind of thing. Is that correct?
Commissioner Barrett, that is correct. That plan included a 7-part solution set. The primary care access point is just one of the components of that.
Right, and so, correct me again if I'm wrong, Dr. Rochelle, sorry, but that with the current budget as presented, including what was asked for by Vice Chair Abdurrahman, there is no ability to continue that program. The budget only contains the ability to continue to fund the Buggy Works Clinic. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So we would be sort of pumping the brakes, if you will, fully on proceeding down the line of addressing the health inequity in the south part of the county. So secondarily, Mr. County Manager, based on our conversation yesterday, it sounds like there's some additional conversations with Grady on some other options. Would you be willing to sort of just say a few words on what those options might be and some of the costs?
I don't know that they're fully developed, but I would just say that Grady is interested in expansion. I'm sure Morehouse and Partners are interested in expansion. Gotcha. So your point's well made that there wouldn't be incremental dollars available to help fund those.
Okay, sorry, I didn't mean to put you on the spot there. And so I think there's probably more, even other organizations that would like to have conversations with us and have already had some conversations with us. So, one of the things I put forward in my document that was submitted per the discussion we had in the retreat meeting was to fund, just as we did last year, a $5 million healthcare reserve. And in some of the conversations that I had with my colleagues leading up to today, I did say that I was willing to be negotiable on that number, that I was not stuck on 5 million, but I would love to see it be 5 million. And so I'm gonna, continue to advocate for that, a $5 million healthcare reserve. I also requested in my original written request, I asked for $1.1 million to go to the marshal's office, as she is extremely understaffed and has a very significant backlog that is impacting the community and small business owners in the community who are not able to get their landlord-tenant cases addressed in a timely manner. Through some additional conversation, I know for some reason, and I'm confused a little bit, Commissioner Abdur-Rahman, on the $200,000 you proposed there, but I did just ask the county manager quietly while some other things were going on this morning about what would actually be needed to address her staffing needs moving forward for 2024, and it does seem like that number is closer to $750,000, Mr. County Manager, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
So I would like to then add $5 million healthcare reserve, a $750,000 addition to the marshal's budget so that she can begin to address her backlog. My initial arts and culture request that I had written down included the $1.7 million that was asked for by the Arts and Culture Department, along with the 137 some odd million for FACE. That said, I'm comfortable with, joining Vice Chair Abdur-Rahman's number for arts and culture at 2.25, if that's something everybody else is wanting to address. At previous meetings, the January 10th meeting, Commissioner Arrington thoughtfully pointed out that we really need to fund the summer youth program, which is a $500,000 request, and I agree with that, so I would like to keep that on my list as well. I also think we need to go ahead and fund the ORCA positions through the year at the number that assumes some attrition that we had been talking about up until yesterday when I heard this additional $14 million number. So I'm talking about the $9 million number that we were talking about in the previous meetings, and that was listed in the tranche that was presented to us in the first version of the budget. I had on my initial list a $96,088 for the state court to address two particular situations there with his, to bring his, for some reason I can't find my one sheet of paper that had all that on it, but it was for two of the requests that he originally made. Anyway, that's the number. I'll find it here in a minute. But I'd like to keep that on the list. Part of it was about his salaries being competitive in one particular arena. Anyway.
Commissioner Barrett,
Thank you.
your document said state court for state court recovery treatment court and to equalize pay for court reporters, $96,088.
See, I think it was really helpful that we submitted all this ahead of time, because when I can't find my notes, everybody already has seen them. So thank you for that. I'd like to keep that on my list. And then there was a $90,000 federal grant match that the sheriff had requested that I think makes sense for us to go ahead and honor so that he can get the federal money. I think that's sort of a no-brainer in terms of matching that so that he can get the other $90,000 from the federal side. So I took out some of my initial requests, and with that list that I just read to you, totals $25,686,088. And so now what I want to do is sort of talk through where we can come up with the funds to cover that $25,686,088. And correct me if I got my math wrong, Madam CFO. We talked about, and Vice Chair Abdur-Rahman implied that there was at least $9 million available in ARPA funds to cover ORCA positions through the end of the year. But, I want to clarify that, because when I was meeting with you all yesterday, I was led to believe that there was six, I believe it was $3 million that we could sort of definitely get now from ARPA as it existed, and another 4 that we could get from, or 1 from FEMA?
Yes, ma'am. We've gone through the exercise of looking at what we have in the ARPA budget that we could reallocate, and we had identified about $3 million out of existing allocations. that could be used to support the two items that we identified, the summer youth program and the extension of the ORCA positions. In addition to that, we have been holding and had not yet appropriated a portion of the ARPA resources that we received, backstopping our FEMA applications. We are now down to, I think, less than $5 million in reimbursement due from FEMA. So as part of our overall planning process for the use of ARPA, we should consider putting the piece of the reserve that was specifically out of our ARPA funds, releasing it from the reserve and backstopping FEMA and putting it into a use by the end of this year, because the resources, as you know, have to either be spent, or if they're related to a construction project or a IT-related project, they have to be encumbered and contracted by the end of this year. So a total, yes, ma'am, of about $6.4 million, which is not enough to fund, even at the $9 million number, which is what we have been using to, when we talk about the need to continue the ORCA positions through the end of the year. So at that funding level, we would definitely have to ramp down the program through the course of the year in order to stay within those resources available.
We also discussed yesterday the additional ARPA money. I think the original line item had $24 million for the Behavioral Health Center that you talked about was sort of being held in terms of not having a final number on the construction costs for BHCC, correct?
It's actually for the Behavioral Health Crisis Center, the construction for the South Training Center for our DD clients. We are in the middle of the construction process now for the Behavioral Health Crisis Center. We are still making changes to the construction plan, as you may, so we do not yet have a full and final cost on that, and we have not yet gotten the design work fully completed on the South Training Facility. We have an order of magnitude cost estimate for that. So out of that $24 million, we had designated $16.5 for the Behavioral Health Crisis Center, $4.7 for the Developmental Disability Training Center, and we had $2.8 that was remaining in contingency for both of those projects. And as soon as we have those projects to a point that we are comfortable that we are locking in our projected costs, then if there were any resources available, we would release those as well.
Okay, can you just review the last part of that again, what the numbers were allocated to?
Of the $24 million that we have in the health infrastructure line item,
right.
16.5 was for the Behavioral Health Crisis Center. 4.7 was for the South Training Center for our DD clients. And 2.8 is a construction contingency for those projects, because particularly with the DD Center, we were working with our own, estimate for that particular cost. And then on the Behavioral Health Crisis Center, we are working hand in hand with the state as well as the operator, which is Grady, to finalize the construction plans for this facility so that it will meet the standards and pass the licensing requirement as well as the accreditation process. So there are still things that are being brought to our attention that we have to address in order to meet those requirements, which is why at this point we weren't prepared to release that $2.8 million that we have in contingency for those projects.
Okay, so that leaves us short of the 9.5 that we're talking about for summer youth program and continuing Orca, no?
No, so we identified $3 million outside of the funds that we have for the health infrastructure projects. So that $3 million, we already know where it's coming from, which of our ARPA allocations that we can take those funds from without it impacting any continuing programming or anything like that.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I just want to make sure we're talking about the same thing. So there's 6.4 million we've identified, 3 million from ARPA for sure, 3.4 from the FEMA reserve.
Yes.
That we don't actually think we're going to need. But the additional 2 point whatever, no, it's more than that. The additional, what is it?
So about 3
2.9
million.
2.9 million left to cover 9.5.
Yes,
We don't know where that is going to come from.
not currently, out of the ARPA resources.
So at a minimum, Vice Chair Abdurrahman's budget, or her request would require you to wind down Orca faster than it wouldn't be funding Orca through the rest of the year. We'd either have to wind it down faster or add 2.9 million. We'd have to find 2.9 million somewhere. Well, she didn't include summer youth programs, so 2.4 million somewhere in order to make that, air quotes, budget neutral, correct?
At the $9 million level, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I think that needs to be, if we're going to vote on this, we need to be acknowledging that there's 2.4 million requested that is not budget neutral. So where is that coming from? I mean, that's my first question on that. I do think, so it sounds like though there's a likelihood that 2.8 million from the health benefit line that you're talking about may be available to put towards this. No, Dr. Rochelle is shaking her head no.
I think it's probably less likely that it will be available based on the kinds of things that we're encountering going through this BHCC construction process, which is why, again, we're hesitant to just go ahead and release the funds now. But we may end up finding out that all the bad stuff that we have to make changes for and incur cost on, they've already identified, and anything else that comes up, will be less costly. But at this point, we would prefer to keep that in the bucket, at least until we get through the contracting phase on the DD facility and have a true construction cost estimate that we can then log in on.
Okay, so there may be some money there, but it's feeling very much not like a sure thing. So
yeah,
in other words, if we're going to make a decision today based on what we know, there's only 6.64 million covered of that $9 million request. Okay, moving on to other potential sources of funding here. I mean, the chairman has said many times, if you're going to spend it, you got to tell us where it's coming from. And I, was sort of applauding Commissioner Ellis for being budget neutral. And so, I just want to go through some of the other conversations we've had and where some additional funding can come from. I don't think I mentioned this when I was going through my list, but I will mention that in my initial request, I had, and per the social media that Commissioner Hall referred to, I had put several line items in for both the DA's office and the sheriff's office. And I want to say this. I think, we all know that there's headlines right now, and there's all this salacious stuff going around, and there's a lot of conversation about the DA, and over the past year, there's been various conversations about the jail and the sheriff and what have you. But I think it would be, we would be remiss if we used our budget as a means of, punishment in any way. And I think we have to acknowledge that both the sheriff's department and the district attorney's department are very large departments with a lot of really great people doing really good work. And that what they're doing in both cases are, not about one particular person or one particular case or any of that stuff. And I think we also you choose to acknowledge or not, I see that we have had not only a backlog in our justice system across all of the departments because of COVID, but that we entered into COVID with a backlog in all of our justice departments. And so there's this sort of consistent bell ringing that goes on here about we give them all this money and they don't perform. But they would all tell you that we have never given them enough money, and they are struggling to perform, and they have struggled to perform all along. So while we had something like, I don't know if Commissioner Hall had the exact number, but we had a significant number of requests. I believe the sheriff's requests were totaling something like 39 million or something like that of additional funding, and I don't know what the total for the DA's office was. At one point or another, it was probably closer to 10. I'm not quite sure. But I do think that, and I know everybody on this board cares about justice in this county and serving that need. So I had put some detailed line item requests, but after some discussions and thought and consideration, it made more sense in my mind to sort of do the same thing that I am asking us to do around healthcare, which is to create some sort of criminal justice reserve and to put some funds toward that. And at a minimum, I feel like that can be done in a budget neutral way, at the minimum with $8 million, because there is $8 million in the inmate welfare fund that there is no plan to spend. It is just sitting there in non-agency under inmate welfare fund. And from our conversations at the last meeting, Madam CFO, you mentioned that the expenses that we intend to spend are around $3 million. And so there's about $8 million left, and I feel like that money, especially because the intention originally of the inmate welfare fund was to serve the inmates, that the inmates are served if their cases move faster, they are served if there are more staff in the facility, et cetera. So I think if we were to create a criminal justice fund and put the budget neutral $8 million from inmate welfare fund line into that line, we could then look at each request from the various justice partners one by one as they come up over the course of the year, up to that $8 million, or we could set up a date in which they all have to have their additional requests in so that we can prioritize. How we disperse that reserve, I think, could be up for discussion, but I think it would make sense to acknowledge that there are needs on the criminal justice side that we should be addressing and that we have $8 million that we can put towards it. So that is basically budget neutral requests that I would be making. The other areas where I saw some potential for additional funding was that there is a $483,000 difference between the minimum reserve, the minimum fund balance reserve amount, and what's actually going to be in the fund balance. If you look at the budget as presented on January 10th, there's a $483,000 difference there. So that's $483,000 that we can put towards some of these other requests. And then, Commissioner Arrington, you will be happy to know that I have spent a lot of time digging into non-agency, and in particular, non-agency other. So I asked for a full accounting of non-agency other, both last year, budgeted, last year actual, and this year budgeted. And from the information I was given, and I'll be happy to share that with you all, I see some areas where we can potentially deal with the rest of these requests and keep ourselves budget neutral. And when I say the rest of these requests, I mean my list. Sorry, Commissioner Hall, not your full thing. But there is $29 million listed in non-agency other, and then the next level down is called contingency. And so there are, first of all, I just want to say this. I think there's a lot of stuff that's kind of tucked away in non-agency, in particular non-agency other, that is a little bit concerning to me from a just organizational perspective. For example, there are things in non-agency other that relate to some inmate expenses that I feel like should be lumped with the rest of the inmate expenses. And there are a variety of contingencies in there, and again, I'm going to try to find the right piece of paper here because I have a lot of printouts. But in looking at some of the information, the more detailed information about what was in, to be clear, I asked Madam CFO yesterday to give me the details of what was in that particular $29 million line item. And I do have some questions about some of the things that are in there, but, and there's also a professional services line item under non-agency other. I had some questions about that as well. But if we go to the contingency in particular, I'm curious about the $10 million that's set up for the debt service around the jail replacement, and I'm wondering, just out of curiosity from an accounting perspective, why that's not sitting under leases and debts, which is under non-agency as well. Is there a reason for that?
No reason other than when we were, building this, we put it into just the regular contingency because we haven't yet issued the debt. So we set this up as a reserve in order to meet the debt service requirement if we move forward with a small issue this year at some point in time in order to fund the initial design costs and such associated with the plan for the replacement jail.
Gotcha. I don't really have a problem with that. Obviously, I think it's a project we need to do. So I'm just wondering really more why it's sort of there versus with the other debt. But that's just a curiosity question. On the senior transportation contingency, I do sort of have an issue with that because we agreed on, I think, and budgeted for an amount already that is to, with some additional changes to the program that we made at the last several meetings where we talked about it. So I'm just sort of wondering why we have an additional $630,000 sitting in there over what was already budgeted.
Dr. Rochelle and I had a discussion about that this morning so I could be clear about this. And we both agree that this $630,000 is actually what was required for us to fully fund the TransDev, which is the fixed-based transportation, and the additional funds of the 1.5 that were in the tranche is the part that's associated with the common courtesy Uber Lyft program. So this was to cover the costs that were presented in the prior year associated with the increased cost for TransDev, their base cost.
Well, now I'm really confused because so are you saying that the presentation that you gave us just didn't have $630,000 in it that we needed? I don't understand that. We were given a presentation with totals for both TransDev and the Uber Lyft program, and so I'm confused about why there's $630,000 that we didn't hear about because it's tucked away here.
So, Commissioner Barrett, the 630, let me back up. When we approved the contract for TransDev, it has an annual incremental increase in that contract already built in, unlike some of the other contracts. So when we presented the cost to the board for TransDev, it did include the incremental increase for 2024. Where it shows up in the budget is what Sharon described. It was already set aside in this contingency line so that we could ensure that we accounted for it. What the bigger issue was in the presentation was on the Uber Lyft side. That is the uncontrolled cost. The cost for the bus is more controlled. We know every year what that increase will be, and so we account for that ahead of time. The unknown is Uber Lyft. We included 1.5 because that's what we came to the board for, so we know we need at least that. But we anticipate we may be before the board again with a request for additional funds for Uber Lyft. TransDev is all set.
Okay, well, I'm not going to continue to go down that road, but I also have a question about the diversion center, because you talked about 2.5 million was already funded. So what is the additional 1.7 million here?
The 1.7 million is the portion of the diversion center cost that we initially funded or had a plan to fund out of our ARPA resources. So in the general fund budget in behavioral health, we have had about $800,000 in their budget for a diversion center. And we needed the 1.7 to make the total 2.5. So we had been planning to cover that 1.7 whenever we finally needed to pay it out of ARPA. But we decided with the adoption of this budget, we needed to go ahead and build it in as a full recurring cost in the general fund budget. So we put that 1.7 in as a contingency, and I'm pretty sure we actually did this as part of the multi-year planning process that we went through, where we went ahead and we accounted for these things that we knew, and it was accounted for in non-agency, and it just hasn't been moved into behavioral health's budget because we have not yet actually incurred any of these costs for the behavioral, for the Center for Diversion at the Atlanta Detention Center. So once that center is up and running, we will have the resources to meet our annual contribution in the budget, and we will align it all into behavioral health's budget.
And Commissioner Barrett, before your tenure, we as a county were already looking at a diversion option. We were studying, analyzing how the county may stand up a diversion center. So that's why the funding is split. Behavioral health, as a part of that process, the board had approved $800,000 several years ago. Each year, we continued to analyze, could not come to a solution. So that $800 has continued to be placed in behavioral health's budget. When the solution came forward for a joint venture with the city, we simply are now adding the 1.7 million to the 800 that has been in the budget over several years.
Well, I mean, again, this just seems to me that these things should be in the various departments they belong in, not with the rest of the spending that's related to that thing. Because this is a very disjointed way to get this information. And the only reason I happened to get it is because I was kind of going down this path of where can we find some additional money here to fund things. The word contingency means an unforeseen circumstance. So if you have a contingency account and you know where all this money is supposed to go and what it's for, it doesn't belong in a contingency account. Just, again, not really the point of what we're here for right now. But you got a BHC operating contingency in here. There's just a general contractual increases. There's a soundings contingency of $1 million. I mean, I think certainly we could take that million and put it towards some of these budget requests now. What's the difference between a budget request now and a budget request later? I mean,
That million in particular, the soundings, that is what we typically set aside as the emergency soundings when, when something comes up during the course of the year. So when departments submit their budget soundings request, that is the pool of resources that we're looking at for those.
okay, well, I'm just going to go back to saying, at the minimum, then we have the 6.4 million you identified, the 483,000 that's at the additional in the fund balance over the reserve, and we have the 8 million that's in the inmate welfare fund. Oh, sorry. Also, on the non-agency other waste disposal line item, we are budgeting 520,000 over when the average for the last couple of years has been 315, and last year's actual was 170-something thousand. So 174, I believe. So there's a couple 100,000 that we could squeeze out of there as well. There's no reason to be budgeting 200,000 additional dollars that we're not seeming to spend. So I guess what I'm getting at here is, and I understand that you all went through these exercises and what have you, but we were asked to look for where we can spend the money, and so that's what I'm doing. And I do believe, and I also want to be really clear about something else. I asked numerous times for a more detailed level budget, and I never got it. So, you can say you're doing a budget neutral thing by just deciding to take money from elections or sheriff because you know those things are big pots of money. I was trying to be more thoughtful and actually look through some things, and I wasn't given the opportunity to do that, though I did ask for that documentation multiple times. In any case, I do believe that what's left after the 8 million, the 6.4, and those couple other little smaller amounts, the 483,000 and the 170-ish thousand from the waste disposal line, that we're not talking about a lot of money in the grand scheme of the overall budget. I would have to do the calculations really quickly, but it would bring the assumed millage rate up by something like 0.1-ish, 0.15-ish, which, to Commissioner Arrington's point, is an assumption. And like I said, I'm willing to move on the amount in a healthcare reserve or to shift the amount. Maybe it's not the full 8 million from the inmate welfare fund that goes to a justice reserve, maybe it's 5. But at the end of the day, I think that the requests I've made can be done, which now, after the adjustments I mentioned, was for a total of 25,686,088, could be done budget neutral. And so, or pretty darn close to it. And so that's what I'm proposing. And I know I went off on a lot of tangents here about where to find money, so I'm just gonna review again the things that I'm talking about. Healthcare reserve for 5 million. I'm willing to go down on a little bit on that if need be. Marshal's office at 750. Arts and culture, accepting my colleague's request at 2,250 million. Summer youth at 500,000. Orca at 9 million. A justice reserve between 5 and 8 million. The 96,000 for state court, and the federal grant match for the sheriff of 90,000. So, I mean, that's my list. It's 25,686,088, and I think it can be paid for pretty darn close to budget neutral. So, I'm happy to have conversations about where we can adjust on that, or if anybody has other ideas about where to find money, but that's where I'm at.
You done?
Yeah.
All right, I've been pretty liberal with the time now, so we're budget time I normally am, so everyone can get his or her say in for their constituents. So the motion on the floor is balanced at the 8.87. What Commissioner Barrett now is proposing is another 25 million that she believes can be paid for through various sources that she's mentioned. Are you making that as a motion?
Well, point of order, first of all, the current budget on the floor is not balanced. It's $2 million off.
That's not correct.
It is correct. Correct me, tell me that is not true. The current budget with the $9 million Orca is not balanced. It's not balanced at 8.87. There's an additional 2 million, whatever it was, plus.
Point of order, we're talking about the general fund budget.
Sorry, the additional request that's on the floor is not a balanced thing at 8.87.
Point of order, we're talking about, can you ask a question as respects to general fund budget?
I don't understand what he's saying right now.
General fund versus Orca.
And is it gonna take another 2.9 million to make up the difference between what's missing from Orca? Commissioner Barrett is asking, is it gonna take another 2 million plus from general fund to make up the difference to get to the 9.5 million because of there's not enough Orca funds?
Well, two things. One is the implied precision in 9 million is probably overly precise. In other words, no justice agency has a plan to ramp down to only spend 9 million. The signal that they got from the board is that they didn't need to stop hiring when we suggested that you stopped hiring. And that was somewhat that was a precursor to a $9 million ramp down. So I think what we would do now is go back and work with the justice agencies on a ramp down plan, which could be 9 million, could be 7 million, could be 7.5. And then I can make a commitment that we will find the resources in ARPA, because that's still fungible too. In other words, we identified two. A third one is the renovations that we would do in this building and the movement of folks from 137 to the library. We would just scale that back slightly to fit whatever plan. So I think we can take the ORCA ramp down out of the equation, and it needs to comport with both what we will identify as a plan from the justice partners and then what funding is available, if that makes sense.
Okay, well then, yes.
Sharon just said there wasn't enough money,
I know.
ARPA money. She just said there wasn't enough ARPA money to make up the difference.
Well, and again, all I'm amending it, Commissioner Arrington, is to say that we can do another reduction in something else that we have allocated that's still outstanding. And the biggest one that we still have outstanding is the improvements, again, in this building and the movement of people from 137 to the library. So that's a $28 million, I think, allocation. So as an example, cut that by 10% and you've just covered the gap on $9 million. And the $9 million is not even a precise number because there is no plan to ramp down to $9 million as we sit here today. We'll need to develop that plan.
In fact, she said it was 14 million.
No, 14 million for what?
Needed to extend the ORCA through the
Yes,
end
sir.
of the year.
Yes,
So the 9 million is off by 5 million.
Well, that's a fundamentally good point because if there's no ramp down, it's 14 million.
Right, and the point that Commissioner Barrett was making was that there was 9 million, but she said there were 2 million, almost 2.9 million short because they didn't have enough. They would have to pull another 2.9 million from the general fund and not to try to make up the difference to meet the 9.5 million.
Yeah, and I'm suggesting that we shouldn't look to the general fund to do that. We should continue to look to ARPA resources to fund a program that clearly qualifies and then was intended to end. Now, if the will of the board was to not see that ramp down, in other words, to continue it kind of at current course and speed, it's 14 million, and that would be more difficult to find inside the ARPA dollars.
I thought the motion was to fund the ORCA positions through the end of the year.
All right, just a minute. So you talked about your original list, you got all these lists. There's 25 million. Are you going to make a motion or not make a motion?
Yeah, I'll make a substitute motion with the 25 million I listed, 9 million of ORCA out of the table having to be covered, 8 million coming from the inmate welfare fund, 480 some odd million, whatever it was, coming from that remaining reserve fund balance, which leaves 8.2-ish million that would need to be covered from other places within the budget, which I believe, from what you're saying, Mr. County Manager, could be done budget neutral. So that is my request.
Is there a second? All right, properly moved and second. Let's dispose of that, and I'd appreciate your no vote on this amendment. We can get back to the.
I got it, thank you.
Because
There was a substitute motion by Commissioner Barrett, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Let's vote, please.
And the
We
vote
go
is
back to
open on the
main motion.
substitute. And the motion fails, 3 yeas, 4 nays.
All right, now back to the main motion, which was made by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Mr. Ellis, you still want to be heard?
Yeah, I'll try to be succinct. Sometimes I know that's difficult for me, Mr. Chair, on this subject, but I will try to. You know, a good budget framework, definitely when it comes in the context of government and definitely when in the world we're operating in, we should definitely not pass anything that puts us in a position when we roll around to have to pass a millage rate where we're potentially looking at a tax increase for our citizens. To me, that's a given. Another part of a good framework for a budget is you don't adopt something that puts you in a spending position to where you're looking, where you get in the following situation like we've seen that we suffered with throughout the course of 2023 based upon the decisions that were made in approval of that budget with the addition of funds that we didn't have really the means to finance. And they really were not well vetted. A budget framework's not meant to solve for every type of issue that may exist in society or say yes to every ask that comes our way. We've got a duty to try to vet through these things and come up with a framework and a budget which we feel like best meets the needs of the county and our priorities and what we're supposed to be doing. Our budget team, I want to ask our CFO, how long have you been engaged in developing governmental budgets? Without giving away anything. I know you started when you're about 3.
Yes, sir, I did. I think my first budget cycle would have been the budget cycle in the fall of 1996.
Okay.
So for a while.
My point with that is these people know what they're doing. We've entrusted a lot of power to them. We've got a process that's set up for them to kind of develop something that makes some sense, that takes in sort of all of these factors. They have the historical experience of working through why you set contingencies in certain places, why you set numbers in a certain way. We've had access to debate and discuss this stuff going back to, when did we start our budget process? August, September-ish, right? So this board has had ample opportunity to ask lots of questions, get information, and so forth. So shame on you if you just now discovered something you wanted to looked into it and do a deep dive yesterday at 5 o'clock, okay? The onus is on you to do your homework as a commissioner. This team is not a printing press. They don't have a magic eraser. That's not their role, is to present us with a good, sound budget that reflects what we directed them to do, and I think they've done a nice job of that. I want to applaud the vice chair for putting together a recommended proposal that's here before us. You know, one thing I will say in terms of the framework of a budget, clearly there are things in here that I do not 100% agree with, and there's going to be probably, that's the case for all of us. You're developing a framework, and you're passing something you feel like overall meets those best needs. There are going to be plenty of opportunities for us to come back and debate and discuss individual items within the scope of this budget, which we may disagree with, or we may want to see done differently when it comes down to actually voting and improving those particular items. There's also going to be plenty of time for us to debate things that may arise in form of, and we may look at them in the context of a mid-year review-like process. And there is also the ample opportunity to kind of take a relook at a lot of different things in that type of fashion. We do that every year. So that's going to be that opportunity. You know, the notion to try to paint this budget as something that there's scarcity with, that we're not addressing things like health care. I tallied up what we're doing for Grady, what we do through behavioral health, what we do through the Board of Health. That alone is like $80 million. Isn't Grady starting up a bunch of neighborhood health centers as well, right? 2, right? So that's going to be going on, right? Irrespective of what we're doing within the scope, what we funded within the scope of this budget. We got a behavioral health center, crisis center that's starting up. We're looking at, you know, this new developmental disability center, 2 of them, right? Two developmental disability centers that we're looking at.
The new developmental will be in South Fulton.
Right.
And the other developmental disabilities will be the relocation of the one in the north to 4700.
So, you know, my point being is, like, if you want to say we're doing some scarcity in terms of, you know, trying to meet, you know, healthcare related needs, check your math. There's a significant investment that this county has made and new investments that the county will be making next year. Doing something with the inmate welfare fund after we just went through kind of using justification that this is the same kind of, that's the same failed logic that the sheriff was using when he was spending money out of that. It's not the purpose of it. We brought it in here to make sure it's being used properly. I think that I'm not going to belabor this ORCA thing because I think we've got a mechanism with that, and it's well spelled out for the county manager to come back and develop a plan around that falls within the scope of that. You know, so I think this thing is well put together. I have one ask of the one friendly amendment I'd like to ask of the vice chair to see if she'd be willing to accept. And that would be, I think you had an item on there within the scope of the arts, vice chair, of around, was it around 300,000 specific earmark? Would you be open to a friendly amendment of reducing that earmark down to 75 with the differential being moved to the marshal's office to help supplemental staffing for that?
That's fine.
Okay, thank you. So that's and I guess would the seconder of the motion need to accept that, Mr. Chair?
Yes. Mr. Thorne, you accept that? All right.
Okay.
You done?
Yes, sir, I'm done.
All right. Commissioner Thorne, you have the floor. It's 12:49. And we have ways to go.
I'm going to call the question.
All right, the question's been called. Is there a second? All right, seconded by Vice Chair Abdur Rahman on the call of the question.
And the vote is open on call the question. And the motion passes 4 yeas, 3 nays.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. Call to order requires a majority, more than a simple majority.
Well, that's not, our practice historically has been here that we, on the call of the question, requires a simple majority.
Madam County Attorney, can you please weigh in on that? We just went through this a couple weeks ago.
Yes, our Fulton County's board procedures do not address this. Robert's rules call for 2/3 of vote of the commissioners who are present. However, as a small body, you are authorized to deviate from those rules, as is your practice.
Madam County Attorney, we
as
do
you
5
with
out of
certain
7 every time there's a call of the question. Last time there was one 2 weeks ago, you said it was okay because it was only 6 people here and 2/3 of 6 was 4. So we either we have rules or we don't.
Our practice historically has been a simple majority on
That's
the
not
call
true.
of the question.
That's not true.
That's true.
That is false.
All right, on the main motion, which is before us now, let's vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes 4 yeas, 2 nays.
Next item, let's continue for another 30 minutes or so before we can get.
Continuing on the bottom of page 8, 240052, Human Resources Management, request approval of a resolution allowing for implementation of a 5% COLA for employees in 2024, establishment of a new minimum wage of $38,000 or $18.27 per hour for employees, and implementation of an updated pay plan based on the second phase of the Fiscal Company Market Compensation
All right, motion to
Survey.
approve by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Commissioner Ellis. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. 240053, County Manager, presentation of the Fulton County Operational Report.
How much do you have, Mr. Manager?
I think 15 minutes, sir.
Mr. Chair, I'm not trusting the county manager's judgment, but we failed to really do 15 minutes on these things. So I would either move that we either take a few other items and can bring the operational report back later, or
Any objections?
but I'll deflect.
All right, no objections. Continue on, but we'll come back to that if we have time on page 9.
On
Madam
page
Clerk.
9, Finance, 240054, request approval of recommended proposal in an amount not to exceed $295,000 to provide annual audit services.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Commissioner Barrett. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes 6 yeas, 0 nays. 240055, Information Technology, request approval to award a contract without competition in an amount not to exceed $267,200.35 to provide licensed professional services required to upgrade the existing agenda management system.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Commissioner Ellis. Commissioner Barrett, question.
I'd like to make a motion to hold this. I have some questions about the requirements and what the software is going to provide, and I want to make sure that it addresses the issues we talked about at the retreat meeting for the board's authorities, task forces, and commissions, and the management of that. So I've spoken briefly to the CIO about it and the county manager, and I'd like to just make a motion to hold.
You want to make a substitute motion to hold?
Yes, please.
Is there a second?
Is it time sensitive?
No, Commissioner, it's not time sensitive.
All right, substitute motion to hold. Let's vote, please.
And the vote is open on the motion to hold. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays.
Next item.
240056, registration elections. Request approval of qualifying fees for Fulton County offices to be filled in 2024 primary or nonpartisan election.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Vice Chair Abdul Rahman. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 240057, real estate and asset management. Request approval of the lowest responsible bidders to the total amount not to exceed $105,000 to provide glass and plexiglass repair and replacement.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Vice Chair Abdul Rahman. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. 240058, real estate and asset management. Request approval of statewide contracts in the total amount not to exceed $110,000 to provide tires, tube, accessories, and repair services.
Motion to approve by Vice Chair Abdul Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Hall.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. 6 with Commissioner Thorne.
Madam Clerk, let's go.
On page 10, 240059, request approval of statewide contracts in a total amount not to exceed $800,310 for the purchase of 4 Class 1 trucks, Vector sewer cleaner, and excavator for the Department of Public Works.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 240060, request approval of statewide contract in an amount not to exceed $611,020 to purchase and deliver 16 law enforcement administrative vehicles.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Commissioner Ellis.
No. That's the previous item.
Madam Clerk, what are we doing?
We're going so too fast. 60. 0060.
All right, 0060.
Oh, it's up there.
It's there now.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Barrett. All right, Commissioner Thorne, you have the floor.
I'm going to ask that we hold this item. I met with the district attorney's office in December. She said that she had requested $5 million in enhancements last year, but she only needed $4 million because she had already purchased vehicles. So she was going to go down in her amount. So I don't know why she's requesting vehicles now. It could be possibly because she thought we were going to approve the new positions added to her budget of 7 investigators and 10 attorneys. Also, in light of all the recent allegations of her department, I don't want to approve any money until those allegations have been addressed. She's been asked to comment on them. She has not. And it is our fiduciary responsibility to make sure that the taxpayers' dollars are spent wisely. Therefore, I don't want to deny this request, so I'm making a motion to hold it until the audit is conducted.
Okay, is this time sensitive? Where's Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis?
Unfortunately, I can't speak for Madam District Attorney. For DREAM, it's not a time-sensitive item. She currently has a functioning fleet of 95 vehicles, so it really depends on the District Attorney and her needs as to whether or not it's critical.
So have they already, Ms. Strong-Whitaker, have these vehicles been purchased or ordered, or do you know?
No, sir, they will not be ordered until the board approves the.
Do you have any knowledge as to whether they're time sensitive or not?
I do not.
Anybody? All right, let's, can't hear you.
Chairman, with all due respect, I would say since I would make the assumption if they were time sensitive, that we would know, or somebody in this actual assembly hall would know. If that's not a problem, I would ask that we hold it to the next Board of Commissioners meeting.
All right, it's properly moved and seconded that we hold. Commissioner Barrett, you want to be heard?
Yeah, I was just, do we know, is this replacement vehicles from the existing fleet, or is this new, what, can we get some more detail?
This would be 16 vehicles in addition to her existing fleet, not replacement vehicles.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Commissioner Hall. All right, motion on the floor is to hold.
And the vote is open on the motion to hold. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 1 nay.
Next item.
240061, request approval for the use of Beltline TAD funds in the amount of $2,797,780.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. 240062, request approval to increase spending authority in the amount of $260,000 to provide additional tree removal services.
All right, motion to approve by Vice Chair Abdul Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. Under Justice and Safety, 240063, Purchasing and Contract Compliance, request approval to amend an existing contract to revise certain provisions of the contract agreement regarding compensation.
All right, we have a motion to approve by Vice Chair Abdul Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Barrett. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. Page 11, Commissioners' action items. 230964.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
just, I know we're about approaching up against the lunch hour. I might suggest we take up the 2 board appointments and then bring the commissioner action items and operational report after lunch, because I think they might take a little more time for discussion.
Any objections? Hearing none. Okay.
On page 12, 240068, Board of Ethics. The Greater North Fulton Chamber of Commerce has recommended Chris Miller for full board reappointment to a term ending February 12th, 2027.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Commissioner Ellis. Mr. Arrington, you have the floor.
This person is one of the incompetent people that refuses to follow the rules of the Fulton County Code of Ethics. This person has violated the Georgia Open Meetings Act, the Georgia Open Records Act, as well as the Georgia Constitution and the United States Constitution. I implore you not to reappoint him.
All right, motion on the floor is to approve. Let's vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 1 nay.
Next item.
240071, Board of Registration Elections. The Fulton County Republican Party has nominated Julie Adams for a full board appointment to an unexpired term ending June 30th, 2025.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Please vote.
The vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
All right, entertain a motion to recess for lunch, executive session, real estate litigation, and what's the other one? Personnel. Thank you.
Need a second, please.
All right, without objection, we will resume the regular order of business. Items from executive session. Madam County Attorney, are you ready? Can't hear you.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I'm ready. Is there, out of executive session, is there a motion to approve the request for representation contained in item 1 of the executive session agenda?
All right, a motion to approve by Vice Chair Abdul Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Let's vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously.
Second, is there a motion to authorize the county attorney to forego appeal in the matter of Calvin Brock versus Fulton County, EEOC charge number 410-2021-02604, and to initiate satisfaction of the judgment in the approximate amount of $902,000 and, in the approximate amount of $902,487, along with other non-monetary relief as ordered.
All right, there's a motion to approve by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Commissioner Abdul Rahman. Cast your vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 1 nay.
And finally, is there a motion to approve the consent order between the county and the Environmental Protection Department, State of Georgia, including, among other things, a payment in the amount of $113,660?
We have a motion to approve by Vice Chair Motion to approve by Vice Chair Abdul Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously.
No further action items from executive session.
Thank you, Madam County Attorney. Madam Clerk.
Back on page 11, Commissioners' action items.
What? All right, we do the operational report.
Okay, on page 8. 240053, presentation of the Fulton County Operational Report.
All right, I want to amend my opening comment. I have 15 minutes. I have no idea what you would have, but thank you, Commissioners, for receiving this operations report. We're excited about this new format and the expectations. We'll take a deep dive into one of the strategic areas each month. This one is arts and libraries, so fortunately, Gail and Al, if you guys will come on down, we'll be here to answer any questions as Dr. Rochelle leads that part. We'll also continue to provide updates on ORCA as well as justice scorecard reporting, but encourage you to reach out to the responsible justice partner if you have questions in detail or want them at the meeting. We will also keep the ARPA financial summary included, given the requirement to include that program. Of course, the discussion that we had earlier today indicative of that. And we'll continue to include the summary on general fund financials, vacancy rates, and the like. One of the things, just highlights on the library section, I do want to underscore how popular this service is. Again, Dr. Rochelle will talk about it. But with 2.2 million in physical circulation and now 1.8 million in digital, it remains our most popular service. With Al here, we'll be able to speak to the last 3 major projects that we have at East Point, MLK, and Peachtree, which will complete the extensive renovation program that we engaged in a number of years ago vis-a-vis the library bond program. ORCA, switching gears to that, has disposed of 126,000 cases now, has 21,600 to go. So we are closing in on that goal. We have hired 8 additional people in December. But need to begin now the planning for a glide path down, and we will bring something back to you for your approval in terms of how that will be funded and staffed. The jail population was down to 2743. That's noteworthy in that that's 1,000 less than the high water mark. So that is good news, and 1737 at the Rice Street Jail. We do have 1,310 folks on ankle monitors, and we do have an RFP on the street now for a provider going forward, and we have some dates in the document for your review. We continue to heavily focus on jail maintenance, and Joe Davis can provide some highlights from the Blitz program and daily activity. I do, and just confirmed this in a meeting with the sheriff yesterday and with EMSI, helping to keep close tabs on this program. We have repaired 1,500 light or door issues since this began back in October. So I'm proud of that program and how it is picking up steam. So again, hopefully this format you'll find to have a little bit more balance than we've had previously, and one that will be helpful to you and to citizens. So Dr. Rochelle, I'm going to let you talk about our most popular program, and then Gail and Al, if you'll come on up, we'll certainly give you an opportunity to chime in and answer any questions.
Thank you, Dick. If we could have the presentation, please. So while the presentation is coming up, today we will highlight 3 of the improvement projects. Want to thank the board for today's approval of the TAD funds at $2.7 million to round out those renovations, and Al Collins will speak to that. Overall, Fulton County does continue to be a leader in the arts and culture space, and we actually measure that performance. On the next page, page 6, is a screenshot of our performance dashboard. MicroWiki and his team do an outstanding job of capturing key performance indicators, which are available for the public to view. The takeaway here is that both departments, arts and culture, as well as the library, continue to overperform against their key performance indicators. They overperform in the number of people reached. They overperform in the number of productions that we project to host and the number of constituents that have access to our services, and they overperform in the library on satisfaction as well as circulation. Next page, please. This is a screenshot of the virtual and physical circulations. The graphs show a steady increase in our virtual circulations. The board approved additional resources for the library to really lean into providing access to virtual resources, and we have had a tremendous connection with especially our school system through new programs that allow our students to use their library card as their student ID as their library card and access to many other services. We're hearing from our teachers who also now have access to these virtual resources to supplement their class lesson in places that they previously were spending funds out of their own pockets to make these resources available. So I want to just now turn it to Gail Holloman to talk a bit about how these resources have impacted customer satisfaction, which continues to trend above 90%.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Dr. Rochelle. Good afternoon, commissioners and everyone. We're just very excited in the library to know that our patrons are really finding the libraries to be of benefit to them and a part of their lives, so that we are now at the point of having an average of 95% satisfaction rate with regard to programs for all ages, customer service, as well as our online resources usage. So it's been a phenomenal time period, and it's just getting more and more apparent that what we do is really useful and really needed and wanted and supported, and that's the thing that we like the most. Your support is always overwhelming, and we thank you for it.
Next slide, please. Thank you, Gail. Earlier today, with agenda item 0061, you did approve the use of the Beltline TAD funds for not only library renovations in 3 libraries, but a host of other improvements, including an upgrade to our self-checkout system. So now all of our libraries will have an improved self-checkout system that will allow our patrons to self-checkout on their own, and not only self-checkout books, but to pay any fines or fees right there at the self-checkout system. So Al, I'll just turn it to you to review the update on how these TAD funds are going to be used with these specific 3 libraries.
Now, Al, you said, I said 15 minutes. So,
I'll respect that time limitation. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Before I get started to talk about these, I'd like to echo what Dr. Rochelle said about the approval of the use of the TAD funds. We appreciate your support in all of this. We really do. And with that approval, we can now complete the projects that we have in front of us, which I think is going to add significantly to all of the libraries across the board, as well as the 3 libraries that we have remaining. What you see in front of you right now is the East Point Library, and it's the revised floor plan and the modified elevation of that building that you're looking at. And we've added quite a number of, I think, important functions to that building, including a new multi-purpose room, a place for teens to come and gather. We've added an additional study room. We've increased the staff area for more functionality for the staff. And we've added a story time room, a craft room, and a place for the branch manager to be housed as an addition to that building. And it's all done within the aesthetic of the existing building. So it's, I think, going to be a very handsome completion to this building, and it'll complete one of the 3 remaining projects that we have at this point. Next slide, please. This is the MLK Library. And again, you're looking at the floor plan and the major view as you enter the library. The floor plan has been modified significantly in that we've removed the children's area from the main floor. We've put all the children's functions in the mezzanine, and that's enabled us to separate the children from the adults as far as we can get it within this building. We haven't grown this building at all. We've just rethought how it's being used. We've taken all of the staff functions, we've relocated them to the main floor and centralized them to the library. We've added a teen center. We've increased the number of adult computers for the space, and as well, we've added 2 study rooms. So this library will now have the offerings that all of the other libraries have at this point. To make it relevant to the community as well, we've added some artwork to that major elevation, which reflects Dr. King, and it reflects the significant buildings and people within that community. Next slide. This is the Peachtree Library. And we've also made a number of adjustments to this floor plan, including the addition of a small meeting room, the addition of a teens area. We've centralized all of the children's functions, and we've put them behind a small wall so that we can contain the children in one zone. And that's what you see in the blue in the picture above. As well, we've centralized all of the adult seating for reading in one area, and that's the second picture that you're seeing above. This is a more simplified floor plan for this facility, and I think it's going to function very well as we move forward. All of these facilities will be done by end of June of this year, and going into the fall of the year, we'll be complete with Peachtree. So at that point, as Dick has said, we will have concluded a pretty major library renovation and build program. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Al. Now we'll move on to arts and culture. That department, as far as performance, is continuing to overperform. We have an award-winning program, Fashion, Arts, Culture, and Education, led by David Manuel, and I will turn the conversation over to him to talk about the FACE program, as well as our Future Labs initiative.
Hello, Commissioners. David Manuel, Arts and Culture Director. FACE, which stands for Fashion, Art, Culture, and Education, just celebrated its second year. It's really made an impact in the county, locally, as well as nationally. We've invited people from all over the United States to be part of this program that really highlights fashion, art, and culture. And we're really excited about the partnerships that we've had. We've partnered with Atlanta Public School, high school students, as well as Fulton County students who are really focusing on fashion, art, and culture. We were able to work with Clark Atlanta University. We actually sent 2 students to Paris to study fashion workshops as well as be part of Paris Fashion Week, which was a tremendous program for them. This year, we're going to be partnering with SCAD, and SCAD is really big on fashion, so we're really branching off and we're really opening up our platform to really celebrate and highlight artists who lives in Fulton County, and not only broaden their platform locally, but also on a national level. We've been part of New York Fashion Week as well as Miami Art Basel, and everywhere we go, we bring Fulton County artists with us. Next slide.
Next slide, please.
Future Lab Initiative, we have a space in underground Atlanta. Future Lab is where technology and public art intersect. We are the only government in the United States that has a program like the Future Lab Project. We host 3 resident artists. We provide them with the equipment. We also provide them with a stipend that is actually paid for by one of our partners, Marta Outborn. And we put together programs that really highlight animation, scanning, projection, laser mapping. It's a really exciting programs. We have workshops and programs almost every weekend at the Underground Atlanta, and we're really making an impact on the AI world as well as the digital format.
Thank you, David. And finally, Commissioners, we wanted to highlight community partnerships in the North and South. Many of the communities that we serve that previously had a physical building of an arts center, we are continuing to deliver service. And the service model is in collaboration with artists and organizations who are a part of those communities. And I just want David to highlight how we are continuing to deliver arts through the entire county.
Yes, so our motto is we meet people where they are, which means we might take arts to the street. So we go into the senior centers, we go into rec centers, and we provide several different types of programs, anywhere from ceramic to mapping to drawing. You might find us at the Chattahoochee Nature Center doing nature walk with drawing with adults as well as children. We do educational programs with our seniors, and we're getting ready to introduce a new program for our senior centers, and it's called Dance. We're getting them to move, we're getting them to exercise, and we're really getting them to have a hands-on experience with how we come to them to provide the best of the best.
Thank you, David. Mr. Chairman, that concludes my section of the report.
Mr. Manager?
Yes, sir. Any questions from the board while we've got Dr. Rochelle, Gail, David, Al here?
Yes, Vice Chair Abdul-Rahman.
I just want to take this time to thank you all. You all do a lot of hard work, a lot of long hours. Sometimes you even get criticism that I don't really think is fair. And but you take it with a smile. And so I want to just openly tell you thank you, and we appreciate the great work you're doing.
Any other questions or comments? All right, no, that's it, Mr. Manager.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you.
I mentioned some of the highlights from Project Orca. You might, if you would, Madam Clerk, perhaps go to the page 21. No, excuse me, 20. Just give you a visual and for the public's benefit on the continued case reduction. As I mentioned, 126,000 plus cases now resolved. If you'll go to page 22, Madam Clerk, it just shows the staffing, which is where we'll be now starting the new year. And then page 24 is the Justice System Scorecard. Again, if you recall, we created a baseline performance in May of '23. So anything that's shown against that baseline is either an increase or a decrease, so you can get a view of things like length of stay getting better, jail population unindicted getting better. And then finally, the measure on page 26, if you'll go to that, Madam Clerk, shows the decline in jail population, which was, of course, the penultimate measure. Were there any, and then the last, I think, chart to just, if someone's doing that, page 31, is the dates for the ankle monitor RFP. Felicia just informed me that due to a number, 90-something questions, we had to extend the proposal due date. So Felicia, do we have a new due date?
Yes, the new due date is February 1st. We received over 90 questions.
You said due to a number of what?
The questions, we received over 90 questions that we had to respond to, so we had to extend the due date to February 1st.
Okay, Mr. Ellis?
On the topic of the monitors, could we put together a slide, for future reports that will show not just the number of people on the monitors, but sort of the length and time in which people have been on monitor, and to the extent possible, also show any people in those categories that are not indicted. I think that would be helpful to see.
Will do.
Okay.
Commissioner Hall?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On page 28, jail population, facility utilization, for the past 6 months, there has not been fully occupied. What is the status of that?
Yes, ma'am. Are you talking about
Marietta?
Marietta. I don't have, it shows fully occupied. I don't have an answer. Are you saying why is it fully occupied?
Why has it not been fully occupied in 6 months?
No, I think Marietta, the way that one reads, there are no beds available, beds in use 50, unless I'm misreading it. I think it is fully occupied.
Page 28. You're saying that it's fully occupied at 50?
Yes, ma'am.
Fully, okay. Thank you. And hold on one second. Let me make sure. Oh, and do we have a status of the Department of Justice investigation yet?
I'll defer to the county attorney on that.
Oh, no problem.
You were asking if there's a status report on?
On the Department of Justice investigation.
It is ongoing, and we have not reached a milestone wherein they've made any recommendations, made any findings as of yet.
They haven't provided any input whatsoever?
As they go, if they see anything that seems urgent, they have been pointing those things out to the county and to the sheriff's office in order to give us the opportunity to address those urgent matters as we go, rather than waiting and incorporating them into a report, which may take, we don't know how long it's going to take, but for example, has taken a couple of years in some instances in other jurisdictions. And so in the interest of promoting safety at the jail, anything that they see of an urgent nature is brought to our attention immediately, and then we provide a response as to how that's been addressed.
Okay, so they have been consistently providing input just on a as needed basis based on what they wanted to reveal to us that needs to be addressed?
They have been communicating anything they observe that they think requires immediate attention.
Okay, and is that information confidential or is it available publicly? Does it get shared with the Board of Commissioners? Because I haven't seen anything.
If you would like to be updated on a regular basis, we can provide that every time it is provided. Some of them are housekeeping matters. Anything that is systemic or statistically significant in nature would more likely be incorporated into their final report.
And so when was the last time they communicated anything to the county?
Not counting informal communications as their teams come through the jail in the process of conducting their investigation. There was a letter indicating things that they had observed in November of 2023.
Okay, and so the communications that have been provided to the county, I would definitely like to see those. There have been a lot of inquiries from my constituents about, you know, what's going on with the DOJ investigation. Have they provided input? When has it been provided? To who has it been provided? And what's, you know, how are we responding? And so since that information is not confidential.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. I think we're delving into issues which potentially get into the arena of executive session.
Granted. Continue, Madam.
I'm sorry, and how does that get into executive session?
It is an ongoing investigation. What I was going to offer is that I could discuss with you what regular matters would be reported to the board, and along with an analysis of whether or not there is an exemption or reason for to maintain confidentiality during the pendency of the investigation.
That's why I asked, was there confidential information? So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Commissioner Barrett?
I just had on slide 20, I just had a question about so at Rice Street at the moment, there's 506 that are not occupied. Is that the number, like what is the number we need to be doing the blitz stuff? In terms of like how many people have to be cleared out of an area so that it can be is that later?
Well, we're coming right to that.
Okay,
Yeah,
then
probably
I withdraw my question.
Yeah.
Other questions, comments? If not,
All right, great. So follow up to that question, if you'll, Madam Clerk, if you'll go to page 36, and I'm going to ask Joe Davis, who's been doing a terrific job leading the jail blitz effort. Joe, you can address that question, but then give an overview of this progress and the tremendous amount of work that has been done since this began.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. To answer the question directly, any given housing zone that we occupy to complete the jail blitz affects roughly 224 inmates unless we're on a higher floor where there's single inmate cells, and so at which point that'll go down to about 112 inmates. But right now, 224 roughly are being displaced while we're doing the jail blitz. As you know, the jail blitz has been ongoing since its inception in the third quarter of last year. You'll see on slide 36 before and after pictures of a actual housing zone that has been completed. This is 2 South, which was the second area that we've completed. As an overall view of the blitz on slide number 37, you'll see that our first blitz unit, 1 North, took us about 3 months to complete. We have roughly 5+ contractors all working in the same space, so it takes a little bit of time for us to get up to speed and understand how they need to work. Their work needs to integrate with each other. By the time we got to the second blitz unit, 2 South, we completed that in roughly 6 weeks. As we progressed to 4 North, we encountered a housing unit with extreme damage, more so than what we encountered on 1 North and 2 South. So we're projecting about 6 to 8 weeks on that one. We're about 50% through the work. In addition to what we're doing with the jail blitz, there are also certain housing cells or zones that are unoccupied right now due to extensive repairs being needed in those areas that we're currently working on. And when I say extensive repairs, primarily due to previous fire restoration work that needs to be done that had some widespread impact throughout housing zones, as well as a high degree of vandalism that has occurred in the jail to the extent that we're having to retrace a lot of wires and things of that nature. But we're projecting about another 8 weeks for those to be completed as well. Just to speak to on slide number 38, some things that we are doing to try to improve our overall process. Number 1, the Sheriff's Office has consented to conducting a full jail-wide survey with their executive team or senior jail leadership team, and that was done on December the 18th. Once those inspections are done, they're then forwarded to our maintenance contractor to get or establish work orders. They're going to be doing that once a quarter, And so that will make sure that we have eyes on all problems in the jail as much as humanly possible. To augment that effort, Johnson Controls, our maintenance vendor, is also going to be conducting weekly inspections throughout the entire jail in partnership with the sheriff's office, as we will need escorts to inspect occupied housing areas. But that will take place 3 housing units per week. That allows us to see all housing units throughout an entire 30-day period. The same result will occur, which is work orders created for things identified, those things identified, vetted with the sheriff's office, priority discussed, and then work crews to be dispatched to address. So right now, we are roughly completing 95% of all work orders. And when I say all work orders, meaning corrective maintenance work orders, i.e. something that is broken that needs to be fixed. We're doing that within about a 36-hour period of time. We're also at around about 84%, as you see on slide 39, as our overall preventive maintenance work in the jail. Important to note that when this slide was prepared, preventive maintenance work is typically scheduled to occur at any time during the month. So as we still have another week left in the month, I expect that percentage in completion to move into the 90th percentile range. And that's all we have. Are there any questions?
All right, Commissioner Arrington.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Looks like you and your team are doing great work over there. I'm just wondering, after I see, 3 months to get one thing done, 6 to 8 weeks to get something else done. How long does it take for them to tear it up after y'all finish fixing it?
That varies, Commissioner Arrington. It could very well be the next day. It could be the next month. It just varies. We do have certain work orders that we are already addressing in the 2 areas that have already been completed.
One of the things we asked for yesterday in a meeting with the Sheriff's Office and the MSI is, for lack of a better term, what's the shelf life of a repaired unit? So they're developing that metric where we can really see to answer that, objectively. And then also to answer the kind of follow-on question, that is, are we staffed appropriately with our contractors as well as the escorts that are needed to make those repairs based on whatever that shelf life is. So I think it's definitely a huge challenge. I want to get some numbers around it that we can attempt to manage to.
Well, thank you. Looks like great work. Got to fill the gap until we can get the replacement jail. So thank you.
Commissioner Thorne.
I agree with Commissioner Arrington. Great work. I appreciate the fact that we're now going to be doing weekly inspections of the cells. I think that will greatly reduce not the vandalism, but the degree of vandalism, possibly the weapon making that's going on in the jail as well. So I applaud those efforts and hope we see a difference here soon.
Commissioner Ellis.
Yeah, just on this specifically, to get a sense of sort of the scope of this, the before and after, right? Because the pictures look pretty good, right? But I want to make sure this isn't like, there's pictures on the internet or something where you got, a guy over here's 290 pounds and then he's like 175 and, ripped kind of thing. There's no distortion, but just, can you give us a sense of sort of behind the door, what that looks like, and just how extensive this is? Because on certain aspects, I look at these pictures and sort of, this gives me some questions about some other stuff, right? If we were to do this within the scope of the whole building, and what that might do to the extended useful life of the building. I don't want to get too far ahead of myself, but I want to try to understand this a little bit better, that this is something a lot more than just, repainting the walls and cleaning up some cracks in the floors.
Yes, sir. Thank you for your question, Commissioner Ellis. So what you see here is a picture, photos from 2 South Housing Zone 300. There are approximately 112 beds in this particular housing unit. And the scope of work for the Blitz is quite extensive. You heard me mention previously that we have 5 contractors working on top of each other trying to get the work done. The actual painting of the doors and the floors and the walls, that's literally the last step of the process after repairs are made. If you look at the door that's labeled 307, for example, you'll see, 306, excuse me, you'll see a green light on the locking mechanism. That's what we call a door position switch. It tells us if the door is actually locked or not. One of the things that we experience when we go into a housing zone is inmates leaving doors open and not closing them fully. And as a result, they try to stuff the lock, they try to slam the door. Over time, as you know, this is a 35-year-old building, the door frame itself starts separating from the concrete wall. We have to spend quite a bit of money per door to restore the frame in place, do a lot of welding. Then we have to work on inside the cell where inmates have tried to use the lights, the electrical infrastructure for the lights to light cigarettes and things of that nature and other contraband. A lot of times we're having to rewire. We're also replacing all the lights in the cells with super max high security lighting that ultimately can't be broken with a sledgehammer. We are making repairs to the sinks and toilets where in some cases the water supply was interrupted, the fixture may be cracked and we have to replace it. They're stainless steel, so in some cases we're able to re-weld those. We have to do a lot of work with the locking mechanisms themselves, making sure that they function and are operable from the housing security tower remotely. We also have to make sure there's in each cell a duress button that notifies the housing tower that an inmate has duress, and it's a critical safety feature in the jail. A lot of times, the vandalism that we see, inmates are picking at the light switches, they get to the wires, they pull the wires completely out of the wall, which requires us to retrace wires from each individual cell back to a common electrical room. Moving out into the day rooms outside of the individual cells, we make several repairs, not only in the walls where we've had inmates digging through the concrete walls over time, we have to redo those walls, but probably one of the most significant and impactful repairs that we're making is an upgrade to the showers in the jail, where we are replacing essentially a tile material that was designed to be pulverized if picked at by inmates so that it couldn't be used to fashion weapons, but it doesn't hold up over time, and you're having to make repeated repairs. And over time, when not reported, those showers are in horrible condition. So we're going back with a proprietary coating with developed by one of our contractors, and that's like a 3 to 4 step process. It makes the shower walls and floors impervious to blunt objects, being able to pick at it, go through it. And when we do that work, it entails us taking out the lights, the shower controls, the water and everything, and then they do their coating, and we have to come back in and reinsert the shower controls and things of that nature. And then last but not least, we are, where necessary, replacing the ceiling tiles in the day rooms that have been damaged either due to dust or smoke and things of that nature, as well as improving the lighting in the day room, where we're taking out the old fluorescent light fixtures and replacing them again with a high lumen count, as well as supermax wall lighting that can't be destroyed. And so that's pretty much the extent. In each particular zone that we go into, there's a different level or magnitude of repairs that are necessary based on how that floor was operated. But generally speaking, that is the scope of work that we find ourselves doing in each housing unit.
In terms of the work that's been done here, I mean, it's been some time since we've gone through and done this extensive of a, renovation.
Yes, at least 14, 15 years.
Okay. So in terms of useful life, I mean, this type of overhaul should be providing a fairly significant future runway on usability of this, if people are properly supervised.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And remind me again in terms of how many different units we have? This is one. How many in total are we have of these?
There are 13 housing units total in the jail.
13 housing units. And we've done how many to date?
We're on our third.
Third.
Yes, sir.
And we've completed 3 or we're working through 3?
We're 50% through the third.
50% through the third. And then on deck what's our on deck plans?
Our next unit, we're in 4 North now. We'll be going to 4 South next, which is down the hall.
Yep.
And then we'll be working our way up. We are having discussions about whether or not we might need to alter the order of operation due to the level of damage in other housing zones and whether or not that takes priority. But it's all based upon viable bed space for the sheriff's office.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Davis.
Mr. Manager?
Yes, sir. I think that concludes our report. What's left are the ARPA financials, and we'll be, given today's direction, doing a reset of those, bringing back an ORCA plan as well as a recommendation about reallocation of those dollars. So we'll hold that till the next meeting.
Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk?
Back on page 11, Commissioners' action items. 230964, request approval of a resolution directing an external review of the Board of Ethics and for other purposes, sponsored by Commissioner Arrington.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Arrington. Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Hall. Any discussion? Motion is to approve. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion fails. 2 yeas, 5 nays.
Next item.
230965, request approval of a resolution to revoke every action taken by the Fulton County Board of Ethics from January 1st, 2014 through December 20th, 2023.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Arrington, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Let's vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion fails. 2 yeas, 5 nays. 230966, request approval of an ordinance to amend Chapter 2, Division 2 of the Fulton County Code to disband the Board of Ethics and to replace it with a slate of ethics hearing officers.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Hall, strike that. Commissioner Arrington, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion fails. 2 yeas, 5 nays. 240064, request approval of a resolution directing an external review of the actions and procedures of the Board of Ethics over the past 5 years.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Arrington. Is there a second?
This is for an audit? Oh, okay.
This is for audit. Last time there was, I think, some pause because it was for 10 years, so I shortened it to 5 years.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Arrington, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion fails. 2 yeas, 5 nays. 240065, request approval of an ordinance to amend Chapter 2, Division 2 of the Fulton County Code of Ordinances to create a new code, Section 2-80.1, requiring the appointment of an interim ethics hearing officer where there exists a conflict of interest between the Board of Ethics and any party filing a complaint or any party accused of violating the Code of Ethics.
All right, a favorable motion by Commissioner Arrington, seconded by Commissioner Natalie Hall. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion fails. 2 yeas, 5 nays. 240066, request approval of a resolution to allow for waiver of a signature requirement, if any, for traffic citations issued by the Fulton County Police Department for violations that occur within unincorporated Fulton County if a motorist refuses to sign the citation.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Commissioner Arrington. Vice Chair Abdul-Rahman, followed by Commissioner Arrington.
I would like for the chief of Fulton County Police to come forward. I want to ask him a few questions, please.
Good afternoon, Wade Yates, Chief of Police.
Thank you, Chief Wades. Quick question. Since, to my understanding, this has not been a problem with your department, what do you have in place or what is being done now to make sure that it's not a problem? Can you speak to that?
Yes, ma'am. So if someone refuses to sign a traffic citation, we simply write refused and hand them their copy. If they don't come to court, we've served them with a summons to appear in court or take care of the ticket over the phone or online. Then their license is automatically suspended, and sometimes a bench warrant gets issued for them. So there's really no purpose for us to do anything other than write refused on the ticket and hand it to them.
So I guess what I'm asking you, let me be careful how I ask you this, okay? I want to be supportive of law enforcement, but I do not want to be or put you in a situation of over-policing or taking it overboard. And so the certain way that you all have been doing it, and how long have you all been doing it that way?
I've been with the department for 30 and a half years, and it's been done that way for that period of time for sure.
And in that 30 and a half years that you've been doing it that way, have you all ever had a death, had a injury, had anything to the contrary that rose out of someone refusing to sign a ticket?
No, because we're trying to de-escalate the situation, not escalate it. And so if there's a confrontation, already a traffic stop is somewhat confrontational.
Yes.
And the average person in the United States has one dealing with the police, and it is receiving a ticket. That's the most common way to encounter the police. And if we're trying to always de-escalate, why would we escalate the situation and say, well, now we're going to arrest you because you didn't sign this?
Exactly.
And you've already been lawfully served. So I just don't see the point in forcing someone to go post a bond because they won't sign a ticket when if you don't handle the ticket, you're going to get your license suspended anyway. So there's just not a point that I'm aware of that would bring any advantage to forcing someone to sign a traffic ticket.
So Chief Wade, based on what you're telling me, there's no need for this. You all are doing what you need to do, and I commend you all for doing a great job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Arrington?
Chief, so it sounds like you're not opposed to this because you're already implementing it.
Correct. Regardless of what action the board chooses to take, we are not going to arrest someone who refuses to sign a ticket.
That sounds great. I'm sure Deacon Johnny Holloman would have preferred to have been in Fulton County rather than the city of Atlanta when he lost his life because the officer tried to make him sign a ticket. You know, the purpose behind me bringing this forward is to just make sure that we don't have any incidents like the one that happened to Deacon Johnny Holloman in the city of Atlanta. Thank you for your professionalism, for you and your staff. You're already virtually implementing this policy anyway, so thank you again.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Barrett?
Chief, thank you for everything that you are doing, and certainly for doing this the right way all along. Do you already have a written policy that says this, or has this just been the way it's been done?
It's not written in our policy. I'm not opposed to putting it in our policy.
Yeah, I agree with Vice Chair Abdul-Rahman that it doesn't seem necessary in terms of what is actually happening, but then I will support this because I understand what Commissioner Arrington is trying to do here, given what happened in the city of Atlanta, and I do think us kind of standing up and saying, you know, this is now a written policy, we've been doing this all along, But I agree, we need to make it clear that y'all have been above reproach on this all along. But I think having it as a written policy is not a bad idea in light of what happened in Atlanta.
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Thorne?
I'm good. My concerns have been addressed.
Thank you. Let's vote. Commissioner Hall?
Thank you, Chief, for the work that you're doing in this area, but I do think it helps to just cover you and your officers for us to pass this today, because we don't want a repeat of what happened in Atlanta. And also, I saw a recent report where I believe it was the city of South Fulton who passed a similar resolution. That is correct? Okay, but thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
All right. Anybody else? Mr.
I would
Manager?
say maybe
Dr.
we
Rochelle?
encourage other cities as well.
I will accept that as a friendly amendment.
All right. Anybody else? Madam County Attorney, Mr. Herman? Let's vote, please. Favorably, I hope.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. Bottom of page 11, 240067, request approval of a resolution by the Fulton County Board of Commissioners to acknowledge the importance of digital equity, to urge Congress to renew or extend the Affordable Connectivity Program through 2024 so that all qualifying households in Fulton County will have the access to affordable high-speed internet service and for other purposes, sponsored by Commissioner Barrett.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Thorne. It is seconded by Commissioner Barrett. Commissioner Barrett, you have the floor.
Thank you. Colleagues, I'll be really brief. This is just an urging resolution to our federal level folks to continue the ACP program through 2024. It's a bill that's already being considered at the federal level, but there are Republicans and Democrats all across the country that are sending urging letters in this regard and creating urging resolutions. This is a program that currently serves 23 million people across the country, and it serves here in Fulton County 15% of our households. So there are 15% of households that may have to drop their internet service if they're not able to have this ACP program continue, which will affect everything from their ability to have their kids successfully do their schoolwork to job applications and telehealth and all the other things that we know go along with having internet access. All that to say, it's just an urgent resolution, and I ask for your support.
All right. Anybody else? Let's vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes. 6 yeas, 0 nays. On page 13, 240069, External Affairs, presentation of the 2024 State Legislative Session Update.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to talk with you today. And I'll just ask if someone could please pull up the slides.
Speak up, Ms. Corbett, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just asking someone to please pull up our slides. Today is our first presentation of the 2024 legislative session, and we will give you just a quick update about some of the bills that we are tracking and hear any feedback that you may have. Next slide, please. This slide is just an overview of the priorities, with these top three really being the priorities that we are giving the most attention during this session. Next slide, please. Quickly, the legislature convened on January 8th, and we are now officially, I guess, in the third week of session, although last week were joint hearings on the budget, which brings us to our next slide, please. One of the top highlights is really about the budget and about some of the items we're tracking. This here, we just have an overview of some of the top line items in the governor's budget. But the top one is about behavioral health and developmental disabilities. So I'm going to go ahead into the next slide. The Behavioral Health Crisis Center, as you all recall, was funded in the FY24 budget. We received essentially the first half of that funding. After some modifications from the governor's office, we ended up with about $5.6 million for the first 6 months of operation. Commissioner Tanner, who leads the Georgia Department of Behavioral Health and Developmental Disabilities, asked for the second $5.6 million, which gets us to $11.2 million. Unfortunately, the budget that was released does not include the full $11.2 million, and we are about $1.8 million short. So we are currently seeking support from our delegation to make up that gap. The $11.2 million is the amount, the annual amount of the contract with Grady to operate the Behavioral Health Crisis Center. They have scheduled and really evaluated what it will take to operate that facility fully. So we have talked with members of our delegation and sought their support as the state considers the FY25 budget to get the full $11.2 million as annual funding in that. So we'll make sure that all of you have those additional details. Currently, the state is considering the appropriations subcommittees are considering modifications to the FY24 budget and have not yet moved to the FY25 budget in great detail, but expect to see some additional conversation in the next couple of weeks about that. Next slide, please. Also wanted to mention that we've had conversations with some of our members about jail funding and exploring the options around a potential sales tax, fees, and other sources of revenue. So those discussions are ongoing. We don't have additional information that we can share at this time, but want you to know that we are engaging in that conversation. Also want to mention that I believe you're all aware that the Senate Public Safety Committee has a subcommittee specifically looking at the Fulton County Jail. They met bright and early this morning at 7 a.m. and heard testimony from the district attorney's office. We expect that they will have additional hearings coming up in the next few weeks and want to hear from our judiciary partners as well as from administration and the Board of Commissioners. Next slide, please. On equitable property tax appeals, this is something that we've talked about for the last several years, and we've had a lot of conversation here with this group. Wanted to let you all know that ACCG has really taken up the mantle and has been pushing this very hard. So Senate Bill 349 includes many of the provisions that we have been pursuing as part of our recommendations. They've been a great partner. So as this bill continues to move, we will work with you all and at appropriate times perhaps ask if you'd like to participate in testimony in committee. Next slide, please. I want to go over a few of our other priorities. Looking at the judicial retirement plan, that's one that we have worked on. That is moving its way into committee. Senior homestead exemption simplification, the sponsor we worked with last year has indicated her support. The homeowner protections and transparency, there's a committee meeting tomorrow, actually. I believe Commissioner Arrington may be planning to attend that committee meeting. We've also had ongoing discussion about the evictions process and the judicial officers in Superior Court. So more to come on all of those. Again, we're in the early stages of some of these, but wanted to let you all know some of the things we've been working on. Next slide, please. Again, we have sort of an overview here of some of the taxation-related bills that have come up. So we are continuing to track these. There is also one that we are looking at that allows school systems to collect some additional fees that we do not see listed here. Next slide, please. Courts and public safety, wanted to mention that there will be a joint session on February 7th where the state of the judiciary is presented. So we will be monitoring that session. Also wanted to mention that there is a Senate resolution related to the district attorney that we are tracking. that was passed earlier this week, or is still in Rules Committee. Next slide, please. Again, I won't go over these in detail, but we'll take any questions along with Fran and Jasmine. Next slide, please. Several bills here on state and local government matters. Again, won't go over these in detail, but we can answer questions if you have them or add anything to our tracking list. Next slide. Did want to mention one update here on elections that is related to Fulton County, which is Senate Bill 358, did pass out of committee late yesterday. That bill is looking at the role of the Secretary of State, and Fulton County has been mentioned in the conversation about that bill. Next slide, please. Just want to kind of share, this is a fast-track session because they are, obviously this is an important election year, and I think members have important work to do outside of the Capitol, so they do intend to sine die on March 28th. So crossover day is on February 29th. So it will be moving very quickly. So as these things get into committee, we will be keeping you updated between board meetings as well as at these meetings. With that, we can take any questions. Thank you.
All right, any questions for Ms. Corbett and her staff? No preguntas.
All right.
All right, gracias. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you. All right,
Thank you,
Madam
Mr.
Clerk.
Chairman.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, we have one item removed from the consent agenda on page 4. 240029, Finance, ratification of the December 2023 Grants Activity Report. This item was revised to include a grant award for $5.6 million from Department of Behavioral Health and Developmental Disabilities.
All right, I'll entertain a motion. Motion to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Barrett. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays.
Any other matters today?
No further
All right,
items.
no further items to come before us. So thank you for your participation today, and we are adjourned. Thank you.
For a written transcript of this meeting, or if you need reasonable accommodations, including this communication in an alternative format due to disability, please contact the Clerk to the Commission's office at 404-612-8232.